All right, everybody, welcome to our 5K sub party. So we've finally hit 5K here on YouTube, and we're really trying to grow this year, guys. We've got a lot coming. There's a lot in the works. We are going to be announcing some stuff here at the 5K sub party. If you guys got any questions, make sure you guys chat them in down below as we go. I am going to be continuing to work on our project. You guys won't see these clips for quite a while. I have a backlog of videos that I'm working on bringing to you guys. So it's going to be a little bit before you guys actually see this full project in clips. And we do have a new producer here. So the producer is playing with a few things. Let me double check with her quick.
Trying to type in.
Yeah, they're all hot toggled to the numbers. So it's there and there. So I do have a new producer, and they are learning the software. So we will have to play around with the keyboard settings. You guys might hear some random sound effects while they're learning the software, but we will get there together. So while we're waiting for people to come in for our 5K party, you guys can chat in anything down below. Today is going to be like an open video, so we're going to do Q&A as you guys want to chat in. Also, I'll help you guys with your projects as always, and we're also going to get into the origin story later on, how this all came about, how we got started, and kind of how I got to the point that I'm here today with not only that, but with my knowledge of the automotive. So while we're waiting, what we're going to do is we want to clean up this rust, guys. This stuff is nasty. This is flaky. This is scaly. And this happens because we don't clean out in here. We don't wash this out. If you don't wash all the gravel out of here, what happens is that gravel sits in here. It gets wet. That water never gets out of there, and it rots this panel out. And that's what we see here. So I'm going to get an air hose together. I'm going to grab my grinder, and we're going to start cleaning this up. Again, I want to thank you guys for tuning in to our 5K sub party. It's a pretty big deal. We've been working on this for a long time. We've been trying to get to where we reach the point of growth on the channel. We are finally here. Like I said, we got some big announcements coming during this 5K sub party that you guys are really going to like. We've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, guys, to get this stuff going. For any of my regular viewers, you guys already know that we've been talking about some certain topics, and you guys might have a hint about what I'm talking about. That will be later in the show. So what we're going to do to clean this up is I'm going to use an angle grinder. We don't normally use something very aggressive, but we need to cut this rust down. And it isn't just a matter of cutting the rust out. It's also polishing back any of the metal that's left. We want to polish this back so that it's cleaned up. And the reason for this is this stuff will just keep going until we get something on it. I have something that I'm going to put on here.
Sorry. I was trying to check it was live.
So we're going to cut this rust back, clean this up to where we have shiny metal. I can see any spots that are bubbled, and now I will hit those with the grinder just because I want to make sure I get those off of there. So that's something to what we want to see. We want to see shiny metal coming up. We want to get as much of this flake off as we can. any spots that we have bubbles, we're going to hit those too. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stay below a certain line. And the reason for this is our flares are going to cover 90% of it. But we want to get the majority of this cleaned up so that it doesn't spread up farther. One mistake that people make when putting these fender flares on is they don't put the rubber molding around the top edge, and then that top edge cuts into the paint. Once this paint layer is broken, bare metal is exposed, and we get this rust. So we got to clean all of that up. One other thing, when you get to be grinding on this stuff and it gets to be throwing this much dust off, make sure you wear a mask. Because my producer's here, I'm not going to dust this out. I don't have the masks for that today. So I am going to kind of pull back and not do as much as I was planning, because I will have to grind away at this quite a bit. I'm already seeing the metal in the air. The reason you want to do this with a mask is this is iron oxide. If iron oxide gets into your lungs, that is not good. So we're going to hold back. We'll probably grind it this later on and get this cleaned up. I do want to show something, though, that is pretty important here. We have a spot here where there's a big giant hole. This giant hole was created because somebody put something on here that scratched this paint, and the rust attached right here, and it just kept eating and flaring out. I will have to grind back all of that paint to get clean metal before I can put the patch in there. What I'm going to use for a patch is actually a little heavier than what most people would, and I've already marked where I'm going to cut this patch. I'm going to cut it right here. This patch is going to get bent to fit the curvature of this panel. Once I can fit it in there, I'm then going to glue this in. Also, the glue that we're going to use is also going to seal this off. This is what we're using for that. And there is a process, guys, that when you do this, you want to seal off this area so moisture don't keep getting in there. Now, the struggle is that moisture will keep eating at bare metal. In order to stop the process, we need to seal off the clean metal after we've prepped it. How we're going to do that is with our Bondo scrapers, and we're going to use this sealer right here. This is basically window seal. And what this is used for is basically the urethane seal that they use to hold your windshield in is what we're going to use. The reason why is this stuff won't allow water to attach to the bare metal. Once this hits the bare metal, it seals off the area to where it can't get oxygen and water. Oxygen and water on bare metal is what causes rust in the first place. If you can seal it off so it can't get wet or can't get oxygen to it, the rust will stop. So that's the point. We may never be able to permanently fix this bauxite unless we replace it, but this is a good stop measure to give you many more years before you would have to reach that point of replacing this bauxite. And that's the whole point of why we're doing this, is to show you guys that these products are out there. It's real simple to do. It just takes some time. So these are some of the items that we have, guys, that I won't be able to show you guys in this video because I can't grind this whole thing and prep this, because we can't throw this much iron oxide into the air and have everybody in here. That's not safe. So I'm going to wait and do that after. Now, what I can do is this is not going to throw any iron oxide because there's no rust. I can cut my patch panel. We can do that now. While I'm doing that, I'm going to slap some gloves on, guys, because safety first. Always use good cutting gloves. Don't rely on thin gloves when doing this. Not only will this patch panel build heat, but if for some reason the tool kicks, you don't want it to go right through the glove. Thin gloves, it'll go right through. So don't use neoprene gloves or anything like that when doing this process. Make sure you use thick welding gloves. Again, also make sure you pay attention to where your sparks are going so you can kind of control that. You don't want those sparks hitting something that it's not supposed to.
It looks like and smells like sparklers.
Yeah, this stuff throws off a lot of sparks, gets everywhere. My air compressor will catch up here shortly. Normally, you guys don't hear any of this normal garage noise because I do a lot of this stuff off camera, so that when it comes time to showing you guys what to do, you guys don't have to hear that. But today is a the 5K sub party, so you guys get to see a little bit of behind the scenes.
Got fireworks for the party.
Yep. So hopefully that'll stop here in a minute or two. There we go. Now that finally stopped. So what I was doing and you guys were seeing was I'm trying to pre-bend this to fit into that panel. And how I have to do that is put the top edges on something hard and then hit the center so I can bow this piece to fit this curvature. That's what I'm trying to do. So when you line this up, you go top corner, bottom corner, and then you look at how far you have to actually arc this so that it fits flush against. Sometimes you got to put it into a bench vise is the best way to do this, but I'm already somewhat getting the shape that I want. I just got to keep going at it here. Actually looking really good. We're getting close. All right, so one way you can tell is just lay it on this part to where it's not touching. I don't want it to be sharp against here because I don't want these edges rubbing. So I will have to bend these corners a little bit so that, because what I'm doing is I'm lining this up with the surface that's not touching right now. When I go to put this in there, if I have a gap right now at the top and the bottom, what will happen is this is going to dig in on the back side. Again, when these two pieces of metal rub together, it could very easily cause rust if moisture gets in there. Now we are going to goop this up and slide this panel in there to seal this back off. But we do have to get these corners out. If you guys are tuning in today, we are doing our 5K sub party. So this is kind of a unique day for us. We're really trying to get out there and get you guys some more content. And today is party celebrating our milestone. It took us a while to get here. And for automotive YouTube content creators, 5K is a big mark. Most content creators don't hit 5K. They usually fall short because a lot of their content is based on what the repair is, and they don't have a relationship with you guys and don't work to build that with you guys. We're doing it a little bit differently. We are. That's what we're trying to do here. And some of that is by bringing you guys a whole lot more stuff. So guys, stick around. We got a lot more going on today. So let's get these corners bent a little bit, and then we should be good to go with this patch panel. All right, so our patch panel is bent. This is what our patch panel looks like that we're going to put on the back side. We're going to put that layer of urethane on this back side. We're going to slide this in. If we get a little bit of urethane that oozes out when we do that, that's okay, because we're going to already have prepped this surface and cleaned this so that there's no rust on it. So that way we can use our spreader, that Bondo spreader that we just talked about a little bit ago, guys. We're going to use this to scrape in there and get this put in on an even layer. Now, once we've done all that, once we've sealed this off, put the patch panel in it, smeared our urethane, sealed up all of our bad rust spots, it's not going to look the best. So how are we going to dress this up a little bit just to make it not as noticeable? Well, one thing we can do is get a matching paint, and we can match paint this area to the body color. You can do that by getting a can of Duplicolor paint. I'm also going to grab something else for you guys and show you guys what we're doing, which is different. So, Duplicolor matching paint. This one, the code is for, I believe this is Victory Red, paint code WA9260. This is the matching paint for this truck. I'm saving this, guys, though. I'm saving this because this is going to touch up our lower rocker panels. I'm not going to waste it here. So what are we doing that's different? We're going to cover it in bed liner. And the reason why is it's a more durable coating. And it's going to hide the black urethane better. We won't have to do as many coats to get it to cover. And if we don't smear that urethane tightly, what it'll actually help us to do is to kind of level this panel out a bit so that it won't be as noticeable. If you're going to do the urethane, spreading it with a Bondo spreader and doing that technique, you need to get it really flat in order to color match it to the vehicle. Because we're not doing that, we don't need to worry about it being perfectly flat. We just want it flat. Perfectly flat means that there's no edge. And in order to do that, sometimes you do have to spread out farther away so that you can feather your edges out. Now remember, this urethane, you're not going to be able to grind it. You're not going to be able to sand it. It's not Bondo. It's urethane. It's a rubber. What it's designed to do is seal this area off so moisture don't get in it. This is what we're doing, is we're sealing this off so moisture don't get in. Try not to drop your cans too much. You don't want to break the valve stem. And this is why I got an editor, guys. I did break the cap of the can, though. But unfortunately, that's not.
Stop the cap.
But yeah, your plastic caps are not really used once you actually take and start spraying them because there is no need for them. But I will need to be careful with this can now, not to hit it. So now that we've got this done, let's go ahead and start a little bit more of the 5K celebration stuff, guys. Let's start off with the vehicle lineup. Where are we at currently, and what do we have? Well, you guys see Big Red behind me. This is a project that I've been working on for quite a while. I have plenty of videos coming up in the future that you guys will see. A lot of it involves bringing this thing back to a daily driver status.
At Hulk1568 says, hello there.
Hi, Hulk. Good to have you in here today. We are doing our 5K party. This is just kind of celebrating our time here on YouTube. You guys see this project behind me. This is Big Red. Big Red is a...
Sorry, I was typing something in. Keep going.
Big Red is a 2013 Chevy Silverado extended cab four-wheel drive.
Go on.
So we do have a producer on our soundboard over there. The number pad is actually tied to some sound effects. So that's why we're going to work to see if we can rectify that situation in the future.
Maybe if I just type in welcome and say hi to them as we're saying.
Yeah.
Hi to y'all on camera here too. So
yeah. Maybe try to keep it more towards the text side and no numbers. So we will be working on this for the future. The producer is with us for every live stream now.
He also says, Big Red looks awesome.
Thank you. We are doing quite a bit here. There's some stuff going on here that you guys are going to see in some other videos, but because it's 5K party, I'll let you guys know we did put a lift in this truck. we didn't go crazy. I wanted this thing to be a street truck. I wanted it to be a daily driver truck. I didn't want this truck to be a showpiece. If I want to do a show truck, it's got to be built for a show truck, and then I'm not going to be able to drive it like a show truck. And honestly, I don't have the space for that, and I'll explain why as I do this lineup. So this is Big Red. We're working on many different projects. We will be live next weekend as I start wrapping some of these up and start putting some of this stuff together. You guys will see that live. I'll get this stuff ground and get my patch panels put in it. I'll probably get the urethane in, but you guys will see a lot of the paint work that we're doing to this as we continue. Moving on from Big Red, we have Crimson Vortec. Crimson Vortec is a 01 GMC Jimmy with a 4.3. You guys have seen it on the channel. It's been here for a long time. A lot of work has been done. Actually, the newest videos that will be coming out next week, there will be some on Crimson Vortec because we did a big steering project in that vehicle a few months ago. And my clips are finally at that point that you guys are going to get to see that. That one has been a pretty good truck. It's been my daily for a while and might wind up being my daily for the foreseeable future right now. This one's more of a shop truck. If I need to haul tools or I need to go get something or pick up something big, we're going to be taking this. And if I do want to take it out and drive it, I will. But for the most part, this one's tied to doing the stuff I need to do. Next, we have Champagne Bubbles. So if my producer wants to give a flash of Champagne Bubbles over there. So Champagne Bubbles is a 2020 Kia Soul EX. And guys, we have been fighting a lot of issues with this car. This is not your average problem when it comes to these cars. We battled a few different scenarios. One of them was a bad timing chain tensioner that went out in the engine. And the timing chain tensioner created a second repair because the first repair was not done properly. I have since talked to the dealership that we did this repair at, and we are working directly with the manager now to rectify any issues that we may have with this vehicle in the future. We had a lot of bad experience when dealing with this car company, and I'm not going to trash talk them too much, but it is very frustrating that we even had to go through this on a newer vehicle. But it is a Kia, so hey, it is what it is. But I think we've got the majority of the issues fixed with it. I'm still monitoring oil consumption, guys. I've put out videos on oil consumption on it already. There's much more coming on that front. But just know, Champagne Bubbles is still here, even though you guys might hear clips about, hey, what's going on with Champagne Bubbles or where is that car at? We still have it. It's still here. It's just we're dealing with that issue.
Hulk 1568 asks, are both the wheel arches with rust on them?
Yes, driver side and passenger side look very similar. Now, the rest of the truck is spotless. The rockers are clean. The frame is actually fairly clean considering this thing spent most of its life in gravel. I've chipped chunks of gravel off of this frame. And I still got more to chip off, but I'm hoping to finish the back half of the truck here. Then I want to move to doing the rocker panels and putting new running boards on this truck. The stock running boards are not going to work after I put my lift in it because it did lift the front 3 inches. The only reason I put the 1-inch block in back is I did not want my back to sag down. California squat is the worst thing ever. We don't ever want to see that. So if we see a truck that has that Carolina lean or Carolina squat or California squat, it's all the same. It's where the back of the truck is in the dirt and the nose of the truck is so far up in the air you're watching satellites. So we don't want that. That's not what we try to do here. So I put the 1-inch block in the back. The reason I went with only a 1-inch, if you go with the 2-inch block, you have to change the shocks. Just don't have a choice. You have to change shocks. Because what happens is you go over a bump, that suspension hangs loose, and it actually pops the shocks. It blows the seals out of them and cracks them. I'm actually going to be putting my tires on the truck today, and we've got wheel spacers that we can talk about as well when we do that. But I do want to get some of the weight off of the shocks currently because it is hanging by spring and shock right now. And it's okay because I don't have the force and the weight jamming down on them, but you don't want to leave them like that for a prolonged period of time. It does damage the seals if it's there for more than a week or two sitting on jack stands. We're going to be on jack stands for a few more weeks.
Hulk says true. And we want to thank you guys. There's 5 of you watching right now. We got 3 likes. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you guys for the support. This is the 5K party, so I'm going to get into a lot of background history of the channel, how we got started. If you guys want to hear origin stories, drop your comments down below. It's kind of an open chat day today, so we're going to go. We've got it slotted to go until 4, but it's up to you guys. If we keep everything going good and we have good engagement, we'll keep going. So after Champagne Bubbles debacle with Kia, we really haven't done much with the car. I did put an eliminator in it to eliminate the auto start stop. There will be videos coming out on that if it was successful. If I know I kind of spoiled that one, but hey, it's the 5K party. You guys deserve that. We're right now, as long as the oil consumption stays down on the car, we're going to keep it around as a daily driver. If the oil consumption gets worse and we don't have a choice, we will sell the car and replace it with something else. We've talked about options of a Jeep, like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler. That has been options that have been tossed around. It would not be a Bronco, I can tell you that right now. I'm not a huge fan of Ford with all their recalls that they've had. They are leading the way as the #1 car manufacturer with the most recalls, and that still stands today, which is crazy. The fact that a car company can have that many recalls and still be in business.
You stupid.
And hopefully they'll learn their lesson and correct the problem. But hey, they've already had better part of 60 years to figure that out. They just haven't gotten it. So last on the list of vehicles to bring up, guys, is LS Goat. LS Goat is an 04 Pontiac GTO. I have put some videos out on it right before it went into storage. There are many more videos to come. That one is going to be our shop car. That's the one we're going to do all the crazy stuff to. I can tell you some of the stuff that could potentially be coming up here for that car. We are looking at pulling the transmission and doing a clutch and having the transmission built to handle at least 800 horsepower. The reason that we're going to build the drivetrain to handle 800 is because I don't plan on getting to 800, but I do want to get it near the 500 to 600 horsepower. I don't want to be over 6. 600 is a lot to control on a street application. This is a street car, literally a street car, full interior, AC, the whole 9 yards. I am not gutting the interior and turning this into a race car. People might ask, what do I consider race car? Race car is anytime you remove your factory interior because you're trying to save weight. Once you try to cut the car's weight down, you are starting to turn it into a race car. So that's where I draw the line. People might remove AC components for whatever reason, but on a street car, when you start removing items to try to shave weight, you're doing that to race. So that's where I draw the line. I want this to be a great street car that I can take out on a weekend and have fun with, bring it home, do a little bit of stuff to it, put it back into storage. I don't want this thing to be crazy, but with my past, anything less than 500 horsepower is not enough. I drive semis every day that have more than that. So when it comes down to it, I am going to be doing a lot with that car. You guys are going to see a lot on the channel with it. And we're going to do a lot of different mods to it. I will be working with an engine builder when the time comes due. I may or may not be able to use the original engine block out of it. So that will depend on what they consider is safe. It does have aluminum block, aluminum heads. This does have the Corvette engine in it, guys. It has the Corvette engine, the full Corvette drivetrain, which is absolutely crazy. The fact that, you know, Pontiac actually just took everything out of an 02 Corvette and planted it into that body style is crazy.
Hulk says, I just bought a brand new Hyundai i10 Neos. It's a 6-speed manual, 1200cc natural aspirated car. I have driven it just 1,600 kilometers till date, never crossed over 80 kilometers per hour.
So if you bought it brand new, you might be still in the break-in period. Usually I don't recommend anyone pushing RPMs until they've reached, you're using metrics that are not US metrics. So I'm going to guess that you're from overseas somewhere or possibly Canada. And because of that metric, it's going to be a little different. So there might be some conversion going on. But usually I say anywhere from 5 to 10,000 miles, you don't want to push that engine because you want the engine to break in. You want the rings to seat. You want the oil rings to be fixed to where they need to be to keep the engine alive. And when you start pushing RPMs at an early point in that engine's life, you actually shorten the lifespan of that engine. So probably a good thing you're doing it.
Hulk says, oh, okay.
Yeah, so hold back on RPMs until you reach that 5 to 10,000 miles. Once you reach that, usually they say about 3 oil changes. You get 3 oil changes into it. Usually by then you can start adding RPMs into it and start really kind of awakening the car up. I will be doing a full break-in period with the GTO guys when we rebuild that one because I'm going to have to break in the drivetrain separately because I'll probably do the drivetrain before I do the engine. But if I wind up doing it all at the same time, that break-in has to happen at the same time, just like a new car. And again, it's usually I will go even 10,000 miles before I start adding RPMs because that really does help seat everything in the engine. Plus, if you have something that's not right, usually if you're not pushing the engine too hard, you can give yourself a little bit of wiggle room to, hey, maybe a bearing went bad and we can fix this and still keep the engine alive. If you spin a main bearing, that's too late. Once you spin a main, it's done. The block will be shot and the crank will be shot. But if you spin a connecting rod bearing or, you know, if you have a connecting rod that is starting to stretch or doesn't quite feel right, or you have piston rings that aren't not heat treated properly, give yourself a little wiggle room in that situation. But yeah, guys, that is the wrap up for our vehicle list. Good transition sound effect that our producer did there. So that is our sound effect to transition into another topic. So now that we've done that, if you guys want to hear anything about the origin story, or if you guys have any Q&A stuff that you guys want to do, now's the time. Normally, I would always do Q&A towards the tail end of our show. But today, it's the 5K party, so we're doing them at any time.
Hulk says, okay, got it. Thanks a lot for the suggestion.
Yep, and use quality oil when you do the oil changes. If you're going to do them yourself, make sure you use the higher grade filters. Make sure you use a full synthetic oil. Do not use a blended. Do not use conventional oil. That conventional oil is dead and gone. We do not use conventional anymore. I don't even offer it for my oil change packages anymore because it's just not compatible with newer engines. But once you get the mileage on that car, you can start creeping into the RPMs, and that car should wake up and should be a lot of fun. Since it's the 5K party, what I'll do is show you guys.
Hulk says, yeah, only synthetic.
Yep. So here is going to be our fender flare. And this fender flare, now this is for the other side, so it's not perfect, but you guys are starting to get the visual of what this is going to look like with everything on here. I am going to go ahead and bolt up the tires on this right now. I want to get the tires on it, but we do got to clean that rust up. Like I said, I can't do that today because I'm not going to throw iron oxide in here and not have a mask for my producer. So we'll do that later on in the week and get that all cleaned up and sealed up as we were talking earlier in the video. But one thing I did do, guys, is we did change the diff fluid in this Silverado. So that was done. Okay, my goal is not completely lift that off. And before I mount up my tires, I always clean my rims.
Okay, the video is kind of frozen.
Let's see what happens. Glitch.
Audio seems to still be there though. Just the video.
Yeah, guys, hold on. We're dealing with some camera glitch. Give me just a bit here, correcting this.
Yeah, thank you, Hulk, for letting us know. Yeah, the video is stuck.
Don't think it's video. I think it's the camera. So I'm going to try something here.
Camera malfunction.
Yeah. Got a camera glitch, guys.
But Hulk says it will look super cool for sure.
It'll look good once we get
No, he means your
the flares here.
Yeah. Come on, camera.
Okay.
We'll know when the tire shows up.
Here we go. We should have cams now, guys. Yep, we got cams.
Okay.
All right. So
Thank you for your patience.
thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys sticking with us as we dealt with that minor technical issue. Thank you. Thank you, Hulk, for letting us know about the cams. Because, yeah, sometimes that happens. Sometimes our software gets a glitch and we got to go through and do that. But I never install a rim without cleaning off the debris. And I do this for customer cars as well. If we have a customer in that the wheel is off, I try to clean up the rim the best I can. Sometimes they're really bad. Sometimes they're really pitted. And it's just, we can't get them clean again. And if somebody really was that concerned about the inside of their rim, I would suggest that they get new rims. But sometimes this extra grease on the inside of the rim can actually throw the weight off. So it's good to get this stuff cleaned out and don't leave it on there. And once I scrape off the gunk, I usually use some brake clean, guys. This is the best way to clean up your rims. is just use a little brake clean on the inside. Now, don't use brake clean if you are if you have painted rims. So if your rims are painted, do not use brake clean.
Hulk says you don't use an iron cleaner spray.
I do, but I do this first. The reason I do this first is because I'm able to remove any grease residue left behind. The iron remover will only remove any iron deposits that are left on the rim. So by spraying this on first, we're removing the grease and getting it down to bare rim. Then I will throw you the next product.
Hulk says, okay, got it.
But yeah, if you have painted rims, don't use the brake clean. So the iron cleaner, like I said, if you hit that grease spot with iron cleaner, it won't come off.
Can you point to the grease spot again?
Right here.
There we go.
So that grease spot won't come off if you're just using an iron remover. You hit it with the brake clean. And the grease comes right off.
Need that for my laundry.
So just like that, using the brake clean, we strip that right off. Now, brake clean is aggressive, guys, so that's why I said if you have painted rims, don't use brake clean, because the painted will actually eat into the clear coat and will damage the rim. The next step is I'm going to hit it with this. This is a chemical designed to basically clean it up. Guys, welcome to the 5K party, because even during the 5K party, I debut new products. This is Wheelie Clean. I got mine off of Amazon. This has been advertised everywhere. This stuff actually works. Unlike most stuff that we buy, oftentimes the stuff doesn't work as advertised. This stuff does.
Hulk says that's a great way to get rid of the grease. Very cool.
Yep, you want to remove the grease before we get into this next step. And yes, this Wheelie Clean works really, really well. One bad thing about this stuff though, guys, the smell. This stuff is really, really stinky. So, and it doesn't take a lot. And actually, this stuff does plug up your triggers. I think what happens is it eats the seals in the gun. So I'm going to do this old school, guys. Old school is we didn't use these triggers. What we did, we put some into the rag, and then we wiped the rim. Now, what you could do is just pour a little on the rim. But this stuff is a little pungent, guys. Make no mistake, there is some smell to it. So I'm going to pour a little bit on the rim like that. Rub it in. Kind of annoying that my trigger is broken, so. Now the power of this stuff is really not noticeable on this rim because this rim is actually pretty clean. There's one spot that's really, really bad here. So I will pour a little bit into there. And this stuff does need to should sit a little bit before you just start diving into it. The longer the liquid sits on there, the easier it is. I'm only using a paper towel. They actually use brushes to agitate it, but I'm just using the rag. You guys can see what I'm taking off on the rag. So again, I'm just doing this old school, dumping some into a rag and then wiping down the rim, letting it sit, coming back, wiping it out.
Hulk says, oh, yeah.
Now, some people might not do this step because the back of their wheel doesn't show because they don't have it away from the brakes far enough. On this truck, we're running wheel spacers, guys. We're going to see that inside. So having these clean makes all the difference.
Yeah, Hulk says the rim has started to shine.
Yep. And this is not even using it the way they do it when they demo the product. What they do is they spray it. The spray sits for a few seconds. I'm wiping it off right away, but I'm also wiping and reapplying at the same time. So this is not the conventional way of doing this. And you guys are seeing how much this is shining up this rim already.
Yeah, we'll be honest. We don't get paid to say what is good, but we tell you guys what works well and what doesn't.
Yep. We do not do paid sponsorships here, guys. The reason I don't is I want to be 100% honest. If something sucks, I'm going to tell you. And that's just to be 100% transparent. If you guys want us to demo stuff, you're more than willing to drop that stuff in chat or leave it in a video that I drop. We do try to read comments, so I do go back and try to read any comments that you guys give so that I can kind of help build new product to demo. And there we go. That one's done. I got the driver's side one to do, but I'm going to put this back on so I don't knock it over right now. But that's what the inside of a clean rim looks like by using Wheelie Clean. Really good product. Glad I found it. I have used Wheelie Clean on painted rims, so it does work unpainted. Move my rolling cart or creeper out of the way so I can line this up. I'm going to have to find my bolts for my tire. I know where they are over there. Yeah, I got to find my bolts for this. You guys got anything? Chat it in now. Get your chats right on screen. You guys got any questions? This is a open Q&A this weekend.
Hulk says, very cool. Too bad I don't get Wheelie Clean in my country.
You can't order it through Amazon? Yeah, maybe they don't allow international shipping on certain chemicals. But kind of a bummer that you don't get it. Looking for those lug nuts.
Hulk says, not this particular brand, but maybe something similar.
Yeah, they might. If I knew your country of origin, I could look stuff up.
Hulk says, we'll check Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon has it because that's where I bought it from. So Amazon absolutely has it. Oh, now I got to figure out where my lug nuts went. This is the hard part of every project, guys, is making sure you put all your stuff back where it belongs so you know where it goes.
Hulk says he's located in India.
Ooh, yeah. If you have Amazon there, they should have it. It's good to see my international viewers. Good to have you guys in here.
Hulk says we do have Amazon.
Yep, then you should be able to get it off of Amazon because that's where I bought it from. So that one came right from Amazon. Okay, I'm going to do a forbidden no-no because I'm running wheel spacers, guys. I need to get the rim close to the hub. Because where it is now, it's not close to the hub at all. So I'm going to use the impact to draw it in, but I'm not going to tighten it with the impact. I'm only using it to draw it in.
Thank you so much for the likes, guys. Amazing. Really appreciate it. It really helps the channel. Please also hit that subscribe button if you're not already a member. And we have exciting news to say later.
Yes, so we have some big news coming in a little while, guys. It really does have to do with the channel growth. It was something that I promised to you guys that as we grow and we reached a certain milestone, we were going to bring this in. So we have already done some homework on it. We need to do a deeper dive, and then we need to work on getting it set up. That's all I'm giving you for now. Clean up my mess a little bit here.
Hulk says, and I only use turtle wax products off of Amazon. Really good stuff.
It can be, but I'm going to shatter your hopes here a little bit on the turtle wax. Turtle wax is a mid-grade product. If you want professional stuff, you do need to look towards some of the other producers of some of these products. Most of the stuff I will demo for you guys is stuff you can get off of Amazon. But when it comes down to it, like, turtle wax is your entry-level detailing stuff. Meguiar's is entry-level. These aren't professional grade at all. And oftentimes what you're going to spend to get the professional grade is about the same price as your normal. As crazy as that sounds, you can pay the same price for an entry-level product and get the same results with a professional grade or better, because usually the professional grade is a higher concentration. Turtle wax is mid to low. The shine you get out of it is very minimal. There is a product that's sitting right now in my cart to buy that would allow me to shine up the paint and put a layer of protection on it that would be better than a ceramic coating. Waiting to buy it because this stuff isn't cheap. That product is about $140 in Amazon. And if it does what it's supposed to, it actually provides scratch resistant to the paint and deepens the gloss of the paint. So even if it has swirly paint or it isn't perfect, you can really put this on there and it restores the life of the paint, as long as paint's still there.
Yeah, check out former videos. I know we've do videos in the past and in future that try different waxes out. Never completely satisfied. Always trying something new.
Yep, because if we just settle for what we're doing, guys, you're only going to get what we've always done. And I have a little bit of a saying. And the saying is, if you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always got. And we always try to look for the next better product to bring to you guys, because that actually helps us build for the future. And it helps us to be better prepared for other challenges that might come down the road. I'm looking for this socket. I can't find it.
Hulk says, "Oh no!"
Yeah.
Wish we had that song.
Sound effect.
That button, I want it.
Yeah, maybe I gotta look for it.
Thank you, Hulk.
And it was right in front of my eyes. Go figure. Welcome to the life, or the day in the life of a guy who works in a shop. Right when you're looking for something, you can't find it. All right, guys, I am not installing this rim with a torque wrench. I know you guys are about to say that. That's not what I'm doing here. What I'm running are called centromatic wheel spacers, meaning that there's a lip on that wheel spacer. That lip is designed to grab the rim on the inside of this circle and hold it centered to the axle. If it doesn't go all the way down, this wheel will be loose. Right now, if I put this down, this wheel would kick one way or another. We don't want that. We need to draw this down. So I'm going to draw it in a little bit until I know I'm close. Get my tire put on the other side. Then I'm going to let this down and we're going to torque this wheel down. So you guys are going to see in real time how you're going to torque this.
Hulk says, "I have been using Turtle Wax Ice Seal and Shine, and I felt it was giving a decent shine and good hydrophobic effect."
It does. That is one that does work. I can actually show you one that works on plastic currently that I use. But when it comes to hydrophobic, the product that I'm looking at getting in my cart will be very hydrophobic, meaning that it will work just like that, only it provides a ceramic layer of protection. And the ceramics usually cost you guys quite a bit of money. To be honest with you, to get a ceramic coating for any less than $1,000 here in the US means you're getting a cheap ceramic coating, meaning that it's not even a high-grade ceramic coating. High-grade ceramic coatings can run you up to $5,000. And that's cut, polish, buff, and with conventional ceramics, the paint has to be perfect. You can't have imperfections. Any imperfections means that it's not going to adhere properly, and you're going to see it telescope through the ceramic coating, meaning you're going to see all the swirls, all the scratches. That's why they have to buff it perfectly in order for you to actually put a ceramic coating in. But the product that I'm looking to demo here, guys, once I buy it, that will be the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Hulk says, "Yeah, too expensive here as well. Oh, okay. And yes, no, orange peel, etc."
Yep. Yeah, you can't have any orange peel. You got to have it completely clean. Okay, so I drew this down with the impact. Two of these are really tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back them off. And I'm going to take them down until they're just lightly touching like that. This way I'm not over-torquing these lug nuts. Guys, don't ever over-torque lug nuts. What happens is you stretch them and they'll snap. When they snap, your wheel comes off the vehicle. This is an important process to do. Do not impact them on. You will stretch your wheel studs and the wheel will come off. Always use proper torque spec. On this Silverado, it's 140 foot-pounds to torque those lug nuts down. You guys will see that here in just a little bit. I got to go to the other side and grab the wheel. We're going to clean that one up, and then we're going to go ahead and get that one put on as well.
Hulk says, okay.
Thank you guys for joining our 5K sub party.
Whoop, whoop.
Yep, we have reached the milestone of 5K for subs. And the reason we're celebrating is YouTube. It's really hard to be a content creator on YouTube and have 5K and do automotive repair, actual repair.
We welcome Mike CU18R to the channel. And he says hello and congrats on hitting 5K.
Hey, Mike, good to have you in here. I know I talked to you last time we were live. So good to have you guys in here. We do lives every Saturday, last Saturday of the month. So that means, yes, guys, next week we will have a live. My producer is typing and running the keyboard. And every time they hit a number pad, plays a sound effect.
I didn't realize the exclamation key was one of them.
That's one of them. So I do have a producer in the background. You guys will never see the producer on camera. Just letting you guys know that ahead of time. That will not happen. So what I'm doing is I'm just cleaning off some of this stuff on this rim before I hit this with wheelie clean. Yeah, Mike, it's good to have you in here. We are celebrating our milestone of 5K. This one is not as bad. Oh, I just noticed something. I have to take that other wheel.
No grease on this one?
No. There was a, I have to take the wheel that I just put on. I do have to take it back off because you have to clean around here if you're running wheel spacers. You have to clean this centromatic surface. And I didn't do that on that rim, so I have to pop it back off.
Hulk says, I would definitely like to be on the live where you would demo the ceramic spray.
Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss it. As soon as I order it, we'll be doing a demo of it. So usually takes about a week for the stuff to get to me. If I ordered it now, I might be able to do it. I don't know if I would get it in time to do it next week and next Saturday. So it might have to be the last Saturday in March.
Yep.
So
End of February is already planned.
Yep, end of February is already going. We're working on this. I really need to get this truck done. So this truck is kind of the high priority right now. And some of that is I plan on doing a lot more local automotive repair, and I can't do that if my bay is tied up with my own stuff.
Mike says, or asks, what all is left to do on the truck?
Oh,
Don't ask, he says.
A lot more than I planned on, but everything that needs to be done. What needs to be, or what has to be finished here is we have to put the flares on after we take care of this rust. Then I need to take and pull my, I don't even want to call these Nerf bars because they're not a bar. Basically, they're the rocker panel steps here. These got to come off because I'm putting a different style step on here. One that's a little lower because I put the lift in here. We wound up with a 3-inch lift up front, 1 inch in the rear is what we wound up with. So overall, we're doing a full 1-inch leveling kit. And this will lift it up and give us a full 1-inch lift. The flares we're putting on, because the amount of rust that's there, I do have to take care of that rust. So those flares, I'm hoping, are a next week project where we can get the flares put on this, get this thing figured out, and maybe start pulling those steps. A lot of it's going to depend on how much time it takes for me to fix that rust, though. I do have to grind that. So that's something that I will be doing.
Hulk says, and is it a spray or like the conventional ceramic kit where you have the applicator and the bottle with the liquid?
It is the conventional kit. So there is an applicator and it goes on smooth like a liquid. And you do have to apply it with an applicator. It's even rub in and it self levels. So like ceramic coatings, oftentimes there has to be a leveling stage to it where it levels. This will automatically level. So hopefully that answers your question. When it comes to ceramic coatings, this would be the easiest ceramic coating anyone could do without having the experience and knowledge to do ceramic coatings. Ceramic coatings are severely difficult because if you don't apply them evenly, they don't level evenly and it telescopes through to the top layer. And it's not like a clear coat where you can buff it flat. Once you apply the stuff, it hardens. And if you try touching it before it hardens, it wrecks the ceramic coating, and then you're trying to remove a ceramic coating, which is very difficult. But this stuff self-levels. So even if you do have a high spot, it'll automatically level itself out.
Hulk says, oh, cool. And yeah. And wow, seems like a great product. And yeah. And you need a professional.
Yep, it's one of those things where a lot of the products, when it comes down to applying some of the more difficult ones, the skill level is really high on some of them. So ceramic coating is definitely one of those where it has to be done by a professional. Most amateurs can't do ceramic coatings. I can do ceramic coatings, but I don't have all the buffing supplies. So I send mine to a guy that I trust, and I let him do my ceramic coatings. Plus, we demo other ceramic coatings when I bring stuff to him. So he's willing to experiment with new ceramic coating, unlike he is with some of his other customers. As you guys are seeing, this wheelie clean just cuts right into some of this stuff that's kind of hardened in here. It's removing all the iron. Some of it is I do have to let some of this stuff sit because I do have some hardened stains in there. So there is some of that going on. But yeah, I forgot to touch up that hub centric, so I do have to pull this other one back off. But I'm going to finish this one and get this mounted up on the other side before I do that. I'm going to show you guys that when I pull that off, why we have to do it. Looks like I got a nasty stain that I got to use something a little bit more aggressive to get it to break down. So what I just used is a Scotch-Brite green pad that you can buy pretty much everywhere. These are oftentimes found in the kitchen supply area. And these work really good for getting stuff broken loose, like light buildup stuff. Anything that's caked on that's hard, this stuff will just scratch away. It'll chew this up in the automotive industry. But I usually keep some of these around because it really does make life really easy when I'm trying to clean rims or anything like that. Again, don't use it on painted rims. I know I got to say it because otherwise somebody will watch later on and go, I scratched my rims. Well, yeah, because it's designed to scratch.
Hulk says, yeah, we too have these in the kitchen sink. A lot of smiley faces.
Yeah. Yep. So that's where, so just like that, we cleaned that wheel up. we're good to go. I'm going to run this over to the other side. Now I could really brighten that rim up by using that Scotch Brite pad and going all the way around on the rim. I could pull everything off of there and really shine it up. But I'm not doing that right now because at a certain point, I'm going to have to take these back off and I'm going to need new tires. When I need new tires, then I'll do a whole full cleanup video for you guys. But you guys got anything? Go ahead and chat it in now while I go over here. My producer cannot reach me where I'm at, so I'm just going to come over here and zip this up quick. But it is good to have you guys on. This is our 5K sub party. So we have reached 5K subs on YouTube.
5,000 subscribers. Thank you.
It has taken us since 2019 to get to this point, guys. So a little bit of backstory here. Not quite the origin story, but definitely a backstory. We started in 2019.
Working on cars is becoming less and less in our culture today, it seems.
Yeah. Which is sad, it really is. The car culture has a lot that it offered many people. It has taught me a lot. It has helped me to get to where I am today.
Hulk says, wow, 2019, congrats.
Thank you, thank you. Yep, 2019 is when we started. It's taken us this long to get this many subs. And guys, if you have an automotive channel where you actually show repairs, what happens?
It's just too far up. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Try to just here. Just helping my producer with the camera quick. Yeah, 2019 is when we started, but if you are an automotive content creator and you don't bot and you actually show people how to work on your cars, you kind of get nerfed in the content. So they don't really push your content as much.
When you're ready, let me know. We got 2 questions.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Oh, I get it. It's see you later. Sorry, Mike. I get it now. Mike, see you later. Ah.
Yeah, I think Mike is one of our mods. So let me take a look.
I'm supposed to say a hammer if it is. So yeah, Mike, see you later says, how long do you think it'll take to put away the Christmas stuff? Just kidding.
Yeah, anyone with the blue behind him, they're a mod. So Hulk is a mod.
Really?
Hulk is a mod too.
Well, I'm very sorry.
Yep.
Glad to see all you mods in here.
Yep.
And Hulk asks, how is the electric car market like over there?
Let me get into that after I finish this one.
I'm used to the mods being the little wrench.
Yeah, they changed it now.
Did they?
Yeah, it used to be a wrench. Now they're in blue, I think. Yeah, they must have changed that. Must have changed that back in January. So, Mike, to answer your question, that Christmas decoration is still in here, but it's done. I have fixed it. So,
Just got to get it to the storage.
So anytime you're running wheel spacers like this, guys, oftentimes you're going to need a hammer to take them off because they're designed to be really tight on that hub. So what I do is I usually have a, whatever I think, there's a hammer here for that.
Thank you, Hulk. The wrench is replaced by a shield now.
Yep, that must have just happened too. Because I know when I did my live in January, it was still the wrench, and then it switched. So, that's what you're not supposed to do. We're covering that, so I'm not going to freak out about it, but yeah, normally what I do is I hit the bottom, spin it, hit the bottom, spin it, hit the bottom. That way I never hit up here. I was getting a little carried away and I just wanted to get it off of there. Okay. So like I said, I have to clean this hub centric. There's a lot of rust buildup in here. That rust buildup can't stay there, especially on a hub centric. And when I say hub centric, guys, yes, I am running an 1 and 3/4 spacer because then I don't have to cut my wheel studs. Don't ever cut wheel studs. I know it's tempting. I know it's real tempting, but don't ever cut wheel studs because what happens is when you cut them, you take the heat treatment out of them. What will happen is they will snap and become brittle. The wheel will come off. So don't ever heat wheel studs unless you're taking them off. Oftentimes you don't even need to heat them to take them off. You just hit them with a hammer and they fly out the backside.
Hulk says, I think you need a steel toothbrush.
I have one. I'm using the other stuff because I had it readily available.
We got 4 people watching and 4 likes, so thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you guys for the 100% engagement. That really does help the channel. So now I will get this zipped back on, let this down, and then I can torque this wheel back.
Don't forget to answer the question on the electric car market.
Yes, I will do that right after I get this on there and the jack let. This is why I got my producer here, guys. It's important that for the future in our chats that we can kind of keep things rolling and I can keep the project going. And also, it does help for me to do a lot more and have someone else watching the boards for me. So it's a good thing. I knew I needed to get to the 5K before I started doing a lot of this stuff. We are here today. So big congrats and celebration. And thank you guys for subscribing. It really has helped us build the channel. We are looking to do a lot more for you guys. There's a big announcement coming up here later in the show. You guys are going to want to stick around for that. We will need some input from you as well. So please stick around. We got a lot coming up. So, like I said before, don't ever torque this on with an impact. I'm using this to draw it down tight to the bottom. Then I will retorque.
Hulk says, thanks to you for sharing such great content. And thank you to the lady for reading out the messages. Aw, you're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
We really want to make sure you guys get your questions answered. That's very important to us.
Yep. And that's why I brought a producer in, guys, because I couldn't do a lot of the work and be watching the boards as much, which is why I brought the producer in to be able to handle that aspect. We are trying to grow this, guys. I don't want to just stay a small YouTube channel. I want to grow. I'm also on Facebook. We are looking to add TikTok even this year. So we do have other platforms we're reaching out to. But when it comes down to it, we really do want to interact with you guys. We want to engage with you guys and get you the information that you guys are asking for. So now, before I grab my torque wrench, let's go ahead and answer that EV car market. EV car market in the US has been in the decline dramatically. Tesla Cybertrucks are going through a bit of legal issues. And when it comes down to it, the Tesla brand itself is in a massive decline. I'm wondering if he's going to cash the company out and pull all the value out of it and crater the company. And some of that might come about because of political things that had happened. That being said, the EVs still exist, but they are no longer openly forcing it. A lot of the EV market stuff has actually dropped off to where car manufacturers will offer the EV option, but they're no longer highly advertised like they were even up until about a year ago. So we're starting to see a dramatic change in how products are being brought to us, things that are being done. They've actually taken away the penalty for doing modifications to vehicles. We can now, as a shop, we can now install many different things that were considered illegal a year ago. We can delete diesel trucks again. We can mod cars again. We can, up to a certain point, remove certain emission stuff. Now, we can't get super carried away. I mean, if the car had catalytic converters, we do have to keep them, but we can now at least put high flow cats in without getting in trouble. And for a shop owner, that was the biggest holdback and why a lot of our tuning stuff went away and why we're seeing a lot more tuning stuff going on. It's important for me to build this GTO before the next administration, because the next administration could change this all back. We may not be able to tune again. And unfortunately, that car is going to need tuning if I want to put a motor with 500 horsepower in it. It's just facts. Hopefully that answers your question. Yes, they have dialed back a little bit on the EV push. There isn't as much. Stellantis is in hot trouble. They are nothing but a mess. They tried to buy Ram, Jeep, and Chrysler and turn them into a premium car company when they're not a premium car company. They're not a Cadillac. They never were, never will be. The new CEO, which is the old CEO underneath Fiat, is starting to bring back some of the stuff that made Dodge, Ram, and Jeep. So he is working on restoring some of those things, but he's going to fight Stellantis because they're an electric car company. So unfortunately, there's going to be some backlash there no matter what happens.
Hulk says, oh, there you go. Same story in my country too. EV's not doing great here. And he also says, oh, very cool. Over here, it's illegal to even tint glasses.
Wow. Yeah, they are strict on you guys.
Hulk says, nice.
Yeah, our tint laws have gotten more relaxed. At least in the place that I live, they finally passed a law saying that they can't pull you over just for the tint anymore. So that allows us to tint our windows without getting in a bunch of trouble. But that being said, if you tint too dark, they're still going to find another reason to pull you over. And then once they've got you pulled over, they can write you that ticket for the tint. So there is that issue. But yes, we still can get ticketed for it, but you can't really pull us over for it if that's the only thing they see. They can also get us if our wheels stick out too far. So you put too big of a wheel spacer on it, they can catch you because your tires are sticking out too far. And the reason they do this is if you fling a rock and you don't have any protection, that rock could easily go through a car windshield or into a car glass. So they're doing that to keep the wheel underneath the car. But we added the spacers because we put the flares on it. I added the spacers because I also did the lift kit up front. When I did the lift kit up front, I had to replace the upper control arms. Those upper control arms are wider to clear the strut because the strut comes down farther. Because of all that, I had to add the wheel spacer to push the front of the wheels out. When I did that, I knew I was putting the flares in. Everything I've done on this truck is designed to fit together.
Mike, see you later, says the one and only time I've been pulled over was for window tint. They gave me a fix it ticket / warning.
Yep. That's what it is. It ain't even it's not even a fine. Your first one is not a fine. Your first one is a fix it ticket. It's considered an equipment violation. It's the same thing if you have tinted taillights or anything like that. They're going to get you on an equipment violation.
And Hulk says, oh, nice. Over here, no tint, not even mesh curtains on the driver and passenger windows. A lot more regulation than we thought, even in other countries.
Oh, yeah. So I'm torquing this down to 140 foot-pounds, which is where it's supposed to be. Now, I've already tightened and I just noticed my jack stand move. I don't want to get too much more carried away here, so I'm going to try to torque these down.
Your jack stands all the way at the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the jack stand rocking there. You
Yeah.
guys see that? So this tells me if I get too carried away, what's going to happen is I'm going to rock this right off of these jack stands. And this is not ride height, guys. That jack stand's actually holding quite a bit of weight. So I'm going to hold off because I do have to have pressure on these to torque these down, but I also don't want this falling off of here. What I could do is try something. And this is something you do have to pay attention to every time you use jack stands, guys. You never want that jack stand to fall. And I'm not ready to take the jack stands out. And I'll explain why in just a little bit.
Hulk says over here, they rip off the tints plus give a ticket too.
Wow.
And Mike, see you later, comments, wow, Hulk, they are strict.
Yeah, they are. That's ridiculous. Okay, so what I did is I jacked up the rear axle, adding another layer of stabilization. This keeps that jack stand from moving around. I don't want to knock this off the jack stand. If I do, it's going to poke up through the bottom of the box. And if I was up front, it could damage other things, suspension, stuff like that. So,
safety first.
yep.
Hulk says, yeah, too bad here in India.
Yeah, people probably thought it was a lot easier over there, but it isn't. All right, so that was proper torque spec procedure. Let's go ahead and talk about this real quick because if I decide to make a clip out of it, it'll be a good clip for you guys. When torquing these down, you want to make sure you get it square against the hub. You want to go in a cross pattern. On this, there's 6 bolts. So we're going top, bottom, the right side to you guys or left side? Left side to you guys. Lower right. All the way
Left.
left. And then all the way right. So you're doing this in a pattern. You always want to go opposite of the stud that you just torqued down. Don't do the one right next to it. That's really, really bad. What happens is it puts uneven pressure on the rim and it can warp the rim. So always go opposite. If you're going opposite, you're good. Once you do that initial torque down, you're going to be at 140. To make sure you actually got it on there properly, I do a full circle check, meaning I'll go around it one time and click it all the way around to make sure that each one is at that specific torque.
Hulk says, moreover, now we don't get pure petrol anymore. It's all blended with ethanol, and it's a 20% blend.
Let's go into a little bit of story time, guys.
Story time.
Story time. We can go ahead and hit the
See if this is the third one I got. Yeah.
So, story time, guys. When you put ethanol in your vehicle, you're actually damaging your fuel system. Because what happens is it chews up the fuel lines, it chews up the injectors. This stuff really does a lot of damage to your fuel system. So as much as people say, well, you can run E85 now and it's a better fuel. No, it's not. No, it's not. The better fuel is a 91 non-oxygenated, because the non-oxygenated means that it'll last longer. What they don't tell you about ethanol is ethanol likes to attract water. Over time, that fuel goes bad much quicker than it does when it does not have ethanol in it. So if it doesn't have oxygen, like liquid oxygen dumped into it, if it doesn't have ethanol in it, the fuel will be stable to up to 1 year. If it contains ethanol or contains liquid oxygen, then that fuel is only good for 3 months. Currently, on every vehicle we run 91 non-oxygenated. The reason why is we don't know how soon we're going to need to put fuel in. We may not burn that fuel out in 2 to 3 weeks. We don't want fuel to sit in there. This new fuel, when it sits, it varnishes very quickly, which does even more damage to our fuel systems. Ethanol is the worst thing ever created for fuels. They did it to try to help curb some of the high cost of the petrol, because they were able to blend it with ethanol made from corn. The problem is it overinflated the corn price, and in many cases, it made it to where all they wanted to do was make cheap corn to be able to make ethanol. And this has also tainted our food supply as well. Our household actually went straight carnivore because it was much healthier for us. Going straight carnivore really has helped me to lose weight. I'm down almost 25 pounds since I've started carnivore 2 months ago. So going carnivore really does kind of help you, but you have to get off of sugars, you have to get off of energy drinks, you have to get off of carbs. Those 3 things are the reason I was able to lose that amount of weight within 2 months. So a little bit of backstory there, but yeah.
Hulk says, OMG, this is serious. And okay. And yeah, to save on importing crude oil. And oh, nice. And he says, keto, you mean?
I'm doing keto carnivore, which they call ketovore. Keto means no carb. You could still...
No. I gotta interrupt here. Keto is you're trying to get your body into ketosis, so it thrives on fat for energy.
So yes, it's more of a meat and high fat diet, natural fat. So you don't buy lean hamburger. You don't have as much chicken and fish. You can still have them for the protein, but you don't have them often because they don't contain enough natural fat. You can also get natural fat through cheeses, but cheese does contain natural sugars, so you do have to be careful there. So we've done a lot of homework trying to get this all figured out.
Yeah, Hulk says, yeah, only protein and fats.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot more into it, and you can see videos on YouTube, but yeah, this channel is more about cars. So
Yeah, this is more about cars. So yeah, just know that I had to change my diet so I could keep working on cars. That's the correct answer here. Yeah, had I kept eating the way I was, I would not be in good shape today. I was already having liver issues from eating way too many carbs. Um, my liver enzymes were too high. I was at a severe risk, so I needed to fix my lifestyle. And that's the only reason I brought it up is if you guys are doing stuff that is unhealthy for your lifestyle, it's never too late to change. You guys can always make those changes. Just make sure you do your homework. And oftentimes, uh, even 10, 15 minutes worth of homework can give you a lot more information than maybe you had prior to that time. So,
everybody's body is different.
yep. And you got to find what works for you. Some people can have keto stuff. They can do like keto flour and things like that. Other people just got to go straight meat and they can't really have anything else. And then there's the people that have the disease that is from a tick that you can't eat any meat whatsoever. So any red meat, which makes it even more difficult. But yeah, everybody's different. Everyone has their own challenges to get over. And yeah, kind of the story there. But yes, anytime you're dealing with ethanol, guys, the best approach is to avoid it as much as possible. I would never tune a car for E85 knowing what I know about the quality of the fuel. It's not good quality. I would rather, and this is why the GTO is being built the way it is, guys, so that I can get fuel anywhere. Meaning if I want to take this thing on a road trip and I want to drive 10, 12, 14 hours away, I can do that and still get fuel for this. By building a race car, I couldn't drive it that far because I would have to have a jug of race fuel with me to fill it back up. So it makes the car unusable on the street. Now, if you're building a track car, hey, sky's the limit, and so is your wallet, depending on how far you want to go with that. But again, I'm not building a race car. It's going to retain the full interior, full everything. So I'm going to go over on the other side and torque down, let my producer read some chats while I'm over here. If there's any to read.
Well, Hulk is praying for you.
Well, thank you, Hulk. I'm doing much better. The last 2 months have been challenging to kind of rid myself of eating a bunch of sugar.
Oh, here we go. Got a question.
All right, what do we got?
Okay, even if the octane rating is 95, and if it has ethanol, not good? Question mark.
Correct, not good. And the reason it's not good is because the ethanol will change the fuel composition to where you can run into issues with that fuel being stable after a certain amount of time.
Says, oh, okay. So do you have like ways to make it better for people? Maybe they're in a country where that's all they're offered.
Okay. First thing I'm going to suggest is that you look into a product called Stable. Might even have some of it here. Let me see if
Spelled S-T-A-B-L-E.
no, not quite.
Okay.
So let me see if I can find it. I think I had a bottle of it. I don't use it very often. I basically only have it around if I store something that has ethanol in it. And I'm not going to run it for a longer period of time. Put ones in the chat if you guys want to know about torque wrench maintenance, how you store them, stuff like that. Put that in the chat. Shoot me a, you know what? Do a wrench instead. Throw your wrenches up in the chat if you guys want me to do something on how you store torque wrenches and how you take care of them.
So I don't know if you guys could hear that, but put a wrench symbol in the chat if you want to hear how to take care of your torque wrenches.
I don't have it anymore. Okay.
You don't have the stable?
No. No, I don't have it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look it up on my phone quick and see if I can pull it up.
Okay, he's going to give you guys a little bit. We have a wrench from Mike. See you later.
All right, Mike. Okay, so what I would recommend if you're running an ethanol fuel.
And from Hulk, 2 wrenches. We got them.
Awesome. Cool. I will do that right after I show you guys this product. So you can get these off of Amazon as well. It's STA-BIL. Stay Bill.
Okay.
You can get these in any kind of flavor, really. Diesel, normal gas. And what this does is it's a fuel treatment. And they got one for marine, so you can do this for all of your marine stuff. Let me see if I can pull up a big picture of it and get it to zoom in.
Let's just say it one more time. Is it STA-BIL?
Correct.
Okay. Perfect, Hulk. You got it.
There it is. What this stuff does is it helps stabilize the fuel. And the reason that we have to stabilize the fuel in the first place is because of all the crap they put into it that they shouldn't be putting into it.
Hulk says, thanks a lot. Okay, got it. So just in case if you're in another country and that's all they offer you,
Yep.
I mean, you can't help what you're offered.
Yep, you can't control the supply at that point.
We just don't know. Sorry,
Yep,
the ignorant American, but
But we don't have all country information available to us readily. I mean, we could probably look it up online. I'm sure we could see it, and especially through fuel shipments, what you guys are getting. We could probably look into that. But yeah, anytime you're dealing with anything ethanol, never a good situation. The ethanol is just too hard on fuel systems.
Hulk says, hope it's safe for the injectors. I mean, it won't clog them.
No, it won't clog them, but make sure you follow the directions. If you put too much in, it can cause injector issues. So make sure you follow the directions really close. What that stuff is designed to do is stabilize basically any fuel that might sit in an area for a long period of time. That's why it said storage on it, meaning that if you're going to put a car away or you're not going to drive it as often, you're going to want to put that stable in it to make sure the fuel isn't going to decompose as quickly. And that's really what happens is it contains moisture or gets moisture in it. And that's what screws up your fuel system. You can't run water through a gasoline powered car. It does not work. So if the producer wants to hit the sound effect, we will transition into.
That's the car one, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Torque wrench maintenance. How do you maintain these? These are pretty simple to maintain, and there's 2 ways to do it. Number 1, you always return it back to the factory setting that you bought it at. Meaning that if it was at the bottom number, this one's 30, this one goes from 30 to 250. This is my big heavy one. This is the one I do wheel bearings with. This is the one I do wheels with. This one does all the heavy lifting. This one, I bought it, it was at 30. I always leave it at 30 because there's an internal spring in here. Meaning that if I tighten it, if I go all the way down with it, I'm actually pulling that spring or putting additional tension on it. If I leave it where I always use it, it starts stretching that spring and pretty soon it won't have the right torque spec. What I can do is I can put a tool on the end of this that is electronic. That electronic tool I can calibrate to a certain torque spec, meaning that when I'm using this, if I set the torque wrench to 110 and I have the tool at 110, if this beeps, before this clicks, then I need to adjust my torque wrench on the bottom. There's a nut down here. I can tighten this if it doesn't click at the same time as the tool. Because we're on this topic, let me see if I can grab that tool.
And Hulk says, we do get like no ethanol petrol here, which is barely available and it's very expensive.
It's expensive here too. It's usually about at least $1 more a gallon here. But honestly, we don't drive enough to use enough fuel. If it's a daily driver, honestly, daily drivers, I would just run 87 octane in a daily driver if I'm putting enough miles on. If I'm going through a tank a week, it's getting 87. If I'm only going through a tank a month, it's getting 91. That's the metric that I use. So if I'm using a tank a week, it's getting 87 because the price of fuel is way too expensive and I'm going through way too much fuel.
Hulk says, okay. And
So-
got it.
So this tool here is for a 1/2-inch drive torque wrench. This clips right onto the end of my torque wrench.
Do you have to order that or does it come with the torque wrench?
Nope, I had to order this off of Amazon. You guys can get this one off of Amazon. I will show you guys. So it just clips into my torque wrench. I can put my socket right here on the end of this, and then I calibrate what I want that torque spec to be on this tool. So if I want this at 110, and I set this at 110, this should beep when this clicks. If it's not the same, and it's different, let's say this beeps, but this hasn't clicked, that means that the spring in here needs to be adjusted. So I need to take my cap off and turn that screw until it does what it's supposed to do.
Stop the cap.
I think you hit the wrong sound effect there, producer.
It was a joke because you said cat.
I did, yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of corny.
Yeah, that one was a little. Okay, so that's torque wrench maintenance. And here's what the tool is, guys. You can get this off of Amazon. This helps you calibrate your torque wrenches and you don't need to go to a tool truck. The last thing I'm ever going to tell you guys to do is go to a tool truck. The reason why is a lot of the tools are overpriced. And if you go to places like Harbor Freight, you get lifetime tools.
I miss Craftsman.
Yeah, I do too. They were good. They were the affordable entry level tool for mechanics.
Mike See You Later says, nice. I never knew that calibration tool existed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And Hulk says, me too.
So if you do have a torque wrench and you want to keep it in good shape, you can do that by getting the tool and double checking your torque wrench. Again, adjustment is on the bottom at the handle. So now I got the wheels torqued down. You guys can see how it's set up. I could let this down, and with it on the ground, I would only barely stick out at the top up here. But with my flares on, this will really complete the look and make it look good. Because what happens is a lot of people slap these flares on and the wheels are recessed in. It looks weird. Not only that, but it doesn't give you all the advantage of running a wider wheelbase vehicle. Many off-road vehicles run wider stanced tires and rims. That's done to make the vehicle more stable in corners, so it doesn't feel like it's rocking and tipping. The sooner you can push those wheels out, the more stable it's going to feel. So if you have a top-heavy vehicle that it's danger of tipping over, by bringing wheel spacers, you can push that out and it'll stabilize the vehicle and keep it from wanting to tip over. Now, again, there's always extremes, so take that with a grain of salt. The reason I put these on here is I've already undercoated everything underneath here already. underneath is done. I just have to do around here, and I can get all of this with the tire on. So that's why the tires are going on now, so I can get these out of the way. And then, like I said, I'm going to work on getting this stuff touched up over the next week, get my patch panels put into it, and we should be good to go with that. So, yeah, guys, welcome to the 5K sub party. So, we finally got here. In 2019, when we first rolled out our very first video, was recorded on a cell phone. And honestly, guys, when I do all of my short videos are also still on a cell phone. So I haven't gone away from my roots. But I also do my editing, and you guys are going to see a lot more edits in the future. I've been working with an AI tool to really kind of help with the channel engagement and everything like that. I've come across some different analytics that I need to pay attention to when I'm doing my short form contents. I was doing a lot more premieres, which pushes the content to my subscribers, but it doesn't work very well for getting new people to the channel. So I have to drop the premiere. I'm letting you guys know we're not going to premiere our short videos anymore. I will be putting my information out for you guys on the lives, though. I'm going to work to get that up on Wednesdays. So Wednesdays is when I want to get that up. It might turn into Thursday, worst case scenario, but it's going to be every Saturday, 1 p.m. Central on the last Saturday of the month. Always the last Saturday of the month. We will do a live. We will be here doing it just like we are today. My producer will be here running the boards so that I don't have to watch everything. It's actually, I do like how we've done this today. It's kind of helped me be a little bit more open with you guys, show you guys more stuff, physically do things. So I really do like how this has worked.
Get your questions answered.
Get your questions answered. So yeah, if you guys got any, chat them in now. Normally I do question Q&A towards the tail end of the live streams, every live stream. Today it's a kind of a free-for-all. We're just kind of doing a big party and celebrating how we got here, you know. I'm going to probably clean up a little bit, and then we're going to get into some of the origin stories. So give me a 1 in the chat if you guys want me to go all the way back on my origin story, how I started in the automotive industry. Give me a 2 if you just want me to start at the beginning of the YouTube. So those are the 2. You guys are doing that. I'm going to clean it.
Hulk says, yes, actually, it was a very informative live. Thanks a lot again. And he puts a 1.
Awesome. So he wants me to go all the way back to the beginning.
Yep. And stick around because we have a big surprise for you.
Yep. We got some big things coming, guys. You're not going to want to miss what we're going to be telling you guys.
And Mike, see you later, says a 1.
Awesome. All right. So you guys want to see it all the way from the beginning. Boy, I got to go back in time on this one.
When you were born?
No, I'm not going to go back that far, but it's going to feel like that for me. It's definitely going to feel like that for me.
I was born on a cold day. No. Born with a wrench and hammer in my arms.
Oh, wouldn't that be a story? Not quite, but I could have been.
Very important to clean up your work so you don't trip.
Yeah, and I'm not the only person who walks through here, so that's why I do have to clean it every single time. There are times I leave tools out underneath the vehicle if I'm in the middle of a project, and definitely I don't like leaving like creepers or anything like that on the floor, because if somebody steps on one, they're going for a ride. But I will leave them underneath a vehicle like this to where they can't trip on them. So I do that at times, but I still got this stuff to clean up, but we'll do that a little bit later. All right, so you want to hit that transition sound for me?
That one's not a number, that one's harder.
Otherwise, hit the home button.
Yeah, what?
Other side of the keyboard, towards the top.
It now. Thank you.
All right. So, origin story, how it all started. Well, I was 13 years old. Found a truck that I wanted when I turned 16. And me and my dad went to look at it. We found the truck, but it had a blown up engine. So it needed the engine replaced. My dad bought the truck. We brought it home. And I proceeded to work with him to put the first engine in that truck. This is how I started turning wrenches. So all the bolts that his big hands wouldn't reach anymore, my small hands had to go in and get them. Because I was that much younger and my hands had not fully grown out yet. And I continued turning wrenches for several years. Basically, that was my introduction, was swapping an engine. So kind of a rough way to start. Most people cut their teeth on oil changes. They start doing oil changes. That's how they get hooked into the industry. Oil changes are the gateway drug to the automotive industry. Once I got the first engine in it, turned 15, started driving with my dad a little bit, I was able to then transition into driving on my own.
Hulk asks, I think for the 13-year-old, what brand was it?
A Dodge Ram D150 Adventurer, a two-wheel drive, long box Dodge Ram pickup. Regular cab. Part of me wants to buy one, but I don't have the space to try to relive my youth. And I'd rather have the GTO anyway.
Hulk says, wow. Yeah, I think you said that Dodges just aren't the way they were, so it would be a letdown for you.
Yeah, well, I was going to try to find that same old school 74 Dodge Ram Adventurer. They're out there, but they're extremely expensive if they've been restored. And if I buy one that's been sitting in a grove, I have to fix a whole bunch of stuff. So I'd rather have the GTO because, as you guys are going to hear in my origin stories here, that truck would not be able to even touch where I need to be as far as a vehicle.
Hulk says, nice.
So, drove the truck when I was 16, drove it kind of rough, and I blew the engine in it in my first truck. So, this time my dad said, I'm going to help you, but you're going to turn most of the wrenches. Okay, fair enough. I messed it up. I fix it. So we did that. Put an engine in it. I went from a 318 to a 360, 360 cubic inch engine. After I got that engine in it, I drove it for a few months, almost up to a year, and that engine blew up. Then I went to my dad and he said, you know where the tools are. And that's how basically my taste for the automotive repair business went. As far as auto body, that's a whole nother story. My auto body experience started when I was in high school. I interned and worked under an apprenticeship at an auto body near the town that I lived. And I started learning how to fix rusts, how to basically clean up panels, how to hang fenders, how to align hoods, how to put doors on. I did all of that while I worked in high school.
Hulk says, OMG, you have been just blowing up engines.
Yeah, I was really rough on vehicles when I was younger, and I've got way more stories about engines blowing up than just those two. Only luckily they weren't mine. But I will explain as we go here. So got into auto body, went to college for auto body, and even painted complete vehicles. So I got pretty high up into the auto body industry. I wound up getting what they call isocyanate poisoning. That's what happens when your mask doesn't fit tight around your face and you breathe in the paint because it's atomized when you spray it. I breathed that into my lungs. The first time was really, really bad. Caused some scar tissuing in my lungs. Basically made it to where I had to be super careful from that point on. Actually wound up getting it again. And that time I was coughing up blood. And it pretty much spelled the end of my auto body career at that point. They said, if you get it again, your lungs are going to be permanently damaged and we're not going to be able to fix that. So I had to step away from auto body completely. I still do a little bit of painting here in my garage. You guys are going to see some stuff, but the stuff I do does not atomize through a paint gun.
Hulk says, oh no.
Yeah. So I stepped away from the auto body industry and using paint guns that atomize because my lungs would not handle it. After that, I started getting into street racing. And my street racing history, yeah. It basically came to a point where if I wanted to continue that lifestyle, I was either going to wind up in a grave or wind up in jail. When I was younger and the rules were different, they changed the rules because there was a lot of street racing going on. This was the time that the Fast and the Furious movies first came out, the first one. So people fantasized and dreamed about what it was like. I was already in the street racing game for a few years prior to that. And I got to race other people's cars because I got good at racing my car. So I was offered the opportunity to drive other people's cars. And I would always tell them, I have one rule. I'm going to take your car out for 2 hours. I'm going to learn everything I need to learn about this car. I would go back to them and tell them whether or not they should even place the bet on their own car. Sometimes I would tell them, put a small bet just to keep everyone entertained, but bet a side bet and double it because you're not going to win with this car. And I would be able to tell them whether or not that car was even good enough to be racing in the first place. One of the times that the engine blew was very catastrophic. I had somebody that spent a bunch of money in their car. They didn't feel safe enough running it because they didn't know how to do it with nitrous. And they said, here, drive my car. And I was like, okay. I'm like, did you build this engine for nitrous? Just run the car. Okay. How many kits of nitrous do you have on it? I have a 2-stage nitrous system on it. I'm like, I need to know these things, so stop beating around the bush. Did you build the engine for the nitrous kit? He said no. When he said no, I knew the engine was going to blow. I told him I don't feel safe running that engine in that configuration. He then said, do it. And I said, I'm only going to run one stage. And he said, no, you're going to run both stages. I'm like, okay. I got off the line. I hit the first stage. And as soon as I hit the first stage, I heard it knocking. I kept my foot in it. I hit the second stage and the hood came off the car. So, yes, I've blown up my fair share of motors. Got a question, I see.
Not a question, but Hulk says, hope the engines were intact.
Yeah, the first two in my pickup were. The one with the nitrous was not. The intake went shooting straight off the top because he didn't build the bottom end and it had too much compression. He was running a stock engine with over 9.5 to 1 compression. When I hit that first stage of nitrous, it damaged the bottom end. When I hit the second stage, it built up too much pressure in the upper intake and popped the intake right off the hood and took the hood with it.
Oh, hell no!
The car came to a stop. I opened the door and I started walking away from the car because there was nothing I could do. Usually anytime you were involved in street racing and the car went bad, if the car was not registered to your name, you got the hell out of there, because that would be a whole lot of questions you didn't want to answer. So that's exactly what I did that night. I walked up, I handed him the keys. I said, I told you, this wasn't made to handle this. And at that time, I was only 22 years old. So got into the street racing. I stayed in that scene for quite a while. I was in the street racing scene probably for about 6 or 7 years. It came to a point where I had to make a decision. If I was going to continue doing this, risking everything, or if I was going to choose to take my driving career a little bit more professional. I started a business, realized that I had too much to lose, and I decided to walk away from the street racing scene altogether.
Hulk says, one off-topic question. Sure, what is it? Is street racing legal there?
No, not legal. We can talk about it because there is statute of limitations on this stuff, and it's been a long time ago.
We all were young and stupid once, right?
We were really young and stupid. This is pushing over 20 years ago, so it's past any limitations of what I can and can't talk about, so I'm good on that front. But yeah, I got into the street racing game, and I had to choose to walk away in order to actually provide a life for myself. Something that wasn't either going to cause me to put myself in an early grave or hurt somebody. And I walked away, went and got my Class A license, started buying my own trucks. I started out actually owning my own semis. And that was when I was, gotta think back now. 26 years old, started owning my own semis. And I got into that for a few years. Me and my brother owned semis together. I owned one, and I eventually got him his license, got him into one, and then we parked mine because I was running my automotive business. After I decided to stop running my automotive business, then we wanted to get the truck going again, and my brother totaled it out hitting a deer. We got a question?
Hulk says, street racing is okay over here. If caught, the vehicle is impounded.
Yeah, the fines got to be really bad. Basically, nowadays, if you're caught going more than 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, your vehicle will be impounded. You will be put in jail for attempted vehicular manslaughter. That's the charge that they give you. So getting caught at high speeds means that you're going away for a while. And they did that because too many people were street racing and were being extremely reckless. They were flying through residential areas where people were getting hit by high-speed cars. And that's what really wrecked it here. But yeah, you go to jail at anything 30 over. But after I got out of the street racing game, we still had the shop. We started owning trucks. Got into more of the driving side of things. I started working for other companies, driving their trucks. After mine got totaled, I decided not to fix mine. I had had enough of truck ownership and the costs that went with it that I decided I wasn't going to fix mine when he hit the deer. So got rid of the truck, walked away, and just said, I'm done. I'm going to cash out. Cashed it out, paid off some of the debt against the business. We did eventually wind up selling most of the assets with the business, except for the truck that I signed over to my brother. I signed one over to him that we both had. We had two. He totaled one on a deer. I signed the other one over to him. He drove that one for a few years, and then he totaled that one out late night in New Mexico one night. So something mechanical went wrong with it. He took it down into the ditch, laid it on its side, and destroyed the truck. He then did proceed to eventually get another truck after he healed up. And he drove that for a little while, but then the engine was starting to go. It was a much older truck. He turned the truck back into the company he was working for. And he started driving for people like I did. And that's what he does now, is he just drives for people. He doesn't actually own trucks anymore. The cost of ownership here in the US is way too high. Way too high. Between your maintenance, your fuel, and everything else, your profit margins are too tight to where you barely make an average wage. So that's why we got out of ownership. I still drive for a company. I actually went and got my hazmat, so I can haul hazardous materials. That has helped provide for my family, which is super important to me. But yeah, the automotive stuff, I always kept turning wrenches. I never stopped through that entire time. I always kept turning wrenches, building cars, doing stuff. Let's get back into the origin story on the car side of things here. I actually, while I had my first business, this is my second automotive business, guys. My first one, I built a Mustang. It was a Mustang GT that I stripped down to bare bones. The only thing that was left in it was the dash and the wiring. Everything else came out. Motor, transmission, rear axle, suspension, everything came out. I put everything brand new back in it, repainted the car, got everything done on that car. It was a decent car. I liked it, but it wasn't as good as the second Mustang that I built with a friend of mine. That one was an 86 Mustang GT that we put a pretty decent performance motor in it, a good transmission, and it was fast. This car was scary fast. My brother had went and bought himself a 2002 Pontiac Trans Am. And this Trans Am was a wicked car. Wicked car. It was scary fast. This car that I built, this Mustang, could beat him in the quarter mile. I couldn't take him after the quarter mile. He could outrun me. The car had bigger legs than mine did. So I would top out at the quarter. He would come flying by me shortly after. But the car was extremely quick, hooked like you wouldn't believe. I got the weight transfer right on it to where it would shift all the weight to the back axle, which is exactly what you want on a street car. You want to transfer the weight in the front of the car to the back of the car so you take off. If you're spinning ain't winning, that's the racing saying. If you're spinning, you're not winning. That Mustang kind of led me to a point where I was maybe driving a little too fast and my license meant a little too much to me, where I sold the car. I got out of it. Me and my brother decided to part ways. We owned a house and a shop together. I got out of that. And in order to be able to pay off some of the debts from the business, I actually had to sell that Trans Am. He had given it to me because he went and bought a motorcycle, and the business helped pay for quite a bit of the Trans Am. So he gave me the Trans Am, and I was forced to sell it. That one I regret. And let's throw some wrenches up in the chat right now. If you guys want me to tell you about the one car that I regret the most.
That Trans Am was hot. Look, it had the symbol like from the movie on it.
Yeah,
too.
it had the Firebird symbol on the hood. We actually installed that through our automotive business because we did vinyl graphics as well. We put the graphic on the hood.
Cool.
We redid all the badging on that car. It was a fun car that had a ton of potential. That car had way more potential than what we ever gave it.
2 wrenches.
I knew you guys would want to hear about the one car I regret. So I do regret the Trans Am. I do. I wish I had not had to be in a position that I had to sell it. The car I regret selling, I didn't have to sell it. And what I got for it, should have kept it. It was basically my first real sports car. It was a 89 IROC Z with the 350 engine in it. And if anyone knows about the IROC cars, these are legendary cars. That car right now would be worth $30K. I regret selling it for the 45 that I got back then. Sold it for $4,500. It was the car that I did all my street racing in. It was the car that I did all of my stuff in. And at the time, that car ate Mustangs alive. The 89 IROC Z with the 350 in its stock configuration would just destroy Mustangs. They had no chance of winning because the car hooked. You want to talk about weight transfer? That was next to the Pontiac GTO that I have. That was the other best weight transfer car you could have bought. And that's why I'm not going to be itching to get rid of the GTO anytime soon. Because the GTO is as close as I can get to that car with way more horsepower that actually I can use. Because the cars that I used to race on the street were Corvettes, Ferraris, Porsche. We're talking high-end cars with big power. We're talking cars 400 plus horsepower. And being used to that much horsepower, you can't go back to 300 horsepower. It's weak. It feels like it's dead, like there's no power there. And anytime I drive a car that has less than that, I'm like, why am I doing this unless I'm just getting from point A to point B? If I'm trying to drive it for fun, I can't if it doesn't have enough horsepower.
So you haven't hit the age yet where you want to slow down, I hear.
I don't think I'm ever going to slow down. That's a fact. I will probably never slow down. But I am at the age where I need to have enough to at least make it fun to drive again. And that's why I put the benchmark between that 500 to 600. Over 600 on a street application gets to be a little uncontrollable. Because if you hit the gas just a little too hard, you're going to put it into a skid. And I don't want that. I don't want it to be unmanageable power. Unmanageable is over 600. 600 to 1,000 becomes unmanageable unless everything has been gone through top to bottom and you know exactly what you're doing. Even some of the exotic cars. If you drive a Lamborghini, I'm going to tell you right now, you better have a light foot. Because if you start hitting it with a heavy foot, you're going to break the tires loose and put it into a skid. And if you do that while the car is moving, you're going to crash the car.
Should we start the saying, make driving fun again?
Yeah, we should. We should.
This channel will help you make driving fun again.
We'll have
We
to
can fix
wait.
anything as long as we could find the parts.
Yeah, we have to wait until I get the GTO. That's going to be the GTO project at that point. But yeah, we can't do that on this thing. This thing doesn't have enough power. I'm not slapping a cam in this unless I start having lifter issues, and then we can talk about that. But as of right now, this engine's healthy. I've put a mod on it to make sure it doesn't go into 4-cylinder mode. So we're going to keep this one in its stock configuration as long as possible. So after all of that,
Yeah.
was my Camaro. That one.
That's why you're always looking for a Camaro.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for a Camaro for the longest time. But I did kind of shift and I wanted the hybrid after having the Fire there. So after my brother's Pontiac Trans Am and my car, I wanted the hybrid. The GTO is the perfect hybrid. It really is.
Hulk says Bumblebee.
Yeah, that would be the Bumblebee car is the Camaro, but I don't like that version of the Camaro. I actually like the 6th and 7th. No, it wouldn't be 6th and 7th. It would be, that was a 4th gen Camaro. I think that was the Bumblebee, or no. You're making me do this from my memory now. Camaro, I think, was the 5th gen. I liked the 6th gen. They killed it on the 6th gen. So there was nothing after the 6th gen. Corvettes, I like the 7th gen. I don't like 8th gen. I don't like the mid-engine. To me, the mid-engine might have a lot of power, might have good weight transfer. I just don't like the car. To me, it seems too exotic and not American enough.
Not American enough.
Yep.
That's what he says.
Yep.
So, with all your experience, would you say no matter what the age, you could learn how to fix a car and make it fun to drive again?
Absolutely. Yep. Learning automotive is a skill that anyone can pick up. It takes time. And remember, it's just bolts. It was a saying that was told to me a long time ago. It's just bolts. It comes apart. Even if the bolt breaks, it still can come apart. You might need a welder. You might have to weld a nut to it. Just bolts. And that was something that, especially when dealing with tough, complicated repairs. Sometimes pulling transmissions is an absolute pain in the rear. One of those examples is the transmission on on Crimson Vortec, the 01 GMC Jimmy. In order to actually pull that transmission, you have to take the center console out and you have to go in and cut the floorboard to peel back to gain access to the bolts that you need to take out of the top of the bell housing. To me, that was insane when I heard that, but that's how it's done.
Got a question from Hulk. Do people drive Hyundai car there, or is it a rare sight? I see people driving.
Yeah, we see Hyundais on the road. In fact, Kia is a off-brand of Hyundai.
It's the cheaper brand.
Yeah, it's basically their.
Well, here it's
it's the cheaper brand into the Hyundai line. Kia did start out on their own. They were then bought up by Hyundai. So yeah, it's all part of the same car company now. But yes, we still see quite a bit of them. And if you go to a town that has Kias, you'll see a ton of them around. They are cheap vehicles here compared to everything else.
Mike, see you later says Hyundai and Kia are popular in USA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've noticed the closer you get to a Kia or Hyundai store,
yeah, the more you'll see.
The more you see them, yeah.
Yeah, and they are super cheap compared to the Kia Soul is considered a affordable van. It's gone now. They've already shut it down. They're not making them.
I like my wide car.
But the Kia is the cheaper car. So when you want a cheap car, you usually go for the Kias. You're going to spend probably half as much as a Chevy of the equal size. So if you were to find a Chevy of the equal size, you're going to pay half of what you would for a Chevy, GM, and Ford, even that too. Fords are usually pretty comparable to the price on Chevys. So they're pretty much on par with each other. Chevy might be slightly higher based on their packages that they sell. Their packages get to be ridiculous. Anytime you're dealing with an LTZ or anything higher than a basic LT package, you're talking quite a bit of money for those trucks. But then if you compare it to the Laredo or not Laredo, I'm trying to remember what that is. Starts with an. Can't remember the name of it. It's not Laredo. Laredo was a Chevy package. Ford has one, Lariat. The Ford Lariat packages are expensive because they have the heated leather seats, a full interior. They have everything in it. So price-wise, comparison, Laredo package to an LTZ, you're probably spend slightly more on the LTZ.
So what about like when you have to fix it? Do you find overseas cars parts to be more expensive?
Yes. So for us, imported parts are way more expensive. So usually we try to veer away from the import cars. Plus, oftentimes the parts aren't readily available, which also makes it another issue. Usually our domestic vehicles, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep, Ford, and Chevrolet, you can easily find parts at any parts store. They normally stock everything. There is no wait usually on parts. Your Kias, Hyundais, your Toyotas, your Mitsubishis, all of those parts sometimes have to be shipped in from long distances.
So check out what country you're in.
Yeah.
What is easier?
Yeah, the country depends on what's going to be easier for you to get parts for.
Hulk says they had the Hyundai Tucson discontinued last year.
Yep. I heard that they were going to go out too, and I heard the Soul went out. They stopped making them in 2024, but they had 2025 models that they put out. But they are officially done. Can't even buy them from the dealer after 2025.
And Mike See You Later asks, what do you think about the slate trucks?
I am not a fan of a electric vehicle at all. Pretty sure the Slate is all electric. Mike, you'll probably correct me on this anyway. But as far as I know, they're all electric. I do not approve of any EV vehicles. I had Facebook trolls, and anytime I talked about EVs, they would jump down my throat because the cost and repair for an EV is ridiculous.
It's just an opinion, though. If you don't like the opinion, have a different opinion. It's fine.
The repair cost is ridiculous, and that is fact. Batteries run you anywhere from 20 to 30K, which is almost as much as a new car. The motors can run you up to 10K, up to 15, depending on what they are. So if anything major with these things go, you can't afford to fix it. The cost of recycling and getting rid of this car is tremendously high. And not only that, but it cascades down all EV platforms. It isn't just the Slate truck. Teslas are in the same boat. Do I like the concept of a vehicle that you can customize however you want? That is really cool. I do like that aspect of it. But I don't like the EV aspect. So if they would offer a four-cylinder turbo models, or allowed you to do performance mods associated with that, I would consider it a really cool thing. But because they are strictly EV, I can't endorse that.
Hulk says, plus lately we have seen so many of the EVs catching fire.
Told you. I called this. Oh, it's going on.
Well, I sure hope somebody picks up that phone, because I f***ing called it!
Yep. About 4 years ago, I put out clips based on EV fires and why they were going to start becoming more common and the problems with them. The problem with EVs is it is not a chemical fire, it's a metal fire, meaning that you have two different metals reacting, and those metal fires can't be put out in a traditional sense. You can't just spray water on an electrical fire. You can't. It'll electrocute the people that are trying to put the fire out. So they have to use a foam-based spray. Well, the problem is the foam base, the electrical fire gets so hot that it burns off the foam and won't encase the metal to cool it off. Because the only way you stop a runaway chain reaction of metal is by cutting off oxygen. Fireworks, pretty basic. Most people understand this theory, but let's go ahead and take a walk down Education Lane. So, Education Lane, fire needs three things to exist. It needs oxygen, it needs fuel, and for the class, what's the last thing that it needs? An ignition source.
There's a really great video on YouTube they show at certain jobs every year.
Yep. So it needs an ignition source. So what's the ignition source? Electricity. What's the fuel source? Two different metals. Oxygen's everywhere, so we can get oxygen. Only way you stop that fire is you have to break one of those cycles. If you can't break the two metals that are touching each other and causing the fire, you're left with the ignition source, which doesn't matter after the fire is started. So that only leaves oxygen. So the only way to put out an EV fire is to cut off the oxygen supply around the battery. And if you can't reach the battery because it's buried underneath the car, you can't put that fire out.
Mike See You Later says, yes, they are EV. I think about the slate trucks. Yes, the customized stripped down basics I think is nice.
Yeah, I mean, I like the concept of it. I don't like the fact that it's only EV. That part of it is just, I won't even consider it. I wouldn't even bring it to the channel, guys. You'll never see an EV here, ever. Never, 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 never. I will not bring one here.
Let's lock it down now just in case he ever changes his mind. We're going to show him this video.
Yeah, go ahead because it'll never happen.
Are we ready to announce our surprise? I only ask because it's been over 2.5 hours.
Okay. Well, I should probably finish Origin Story.
Oh, I thought that was done. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not done.
Sorry.
No, I'm not done yet. So yeah.
Mike's LOL at me.
Yep. So after building all of those, and you guys now know about the car I regret selling. I've spent quite a bit of time working on cars, turning wrenches, expanding my knowledge. Most of my education was based on hands-on. This is why I'm a fan of technical colleges. I want people that are coming out to have real hands-on experience. It's not their only source, though. I really do believe in mentorship as well. We got away from mentorship a long time ago. Now we just stuff the kids into college. They get spat out into the industry, and most of them don't know what they're doing. They haven't actually put a wrench in their hand. They did it all on textbook, but they don't have any real world knuckle busting experience. I turned more wrenches by the age of 15 than what all of these college kids turn while they're in college. Now, there are the few that already had experience through a family member or whatever, working at a shop, so they might have some of that real world experience. Most of them do not. They're like, oh, hey, being a mechanic pays good. I'll go do that.
I'll give you lots of supplies.
Yeah.
Yes, more real world experience.
Yes, real world experience trumps all. Plain and simple. If you do not have the real experience, you don't have anything. I speak to you guys about the cars and building them the way I build them because I've done it. I've built cars. I've raced cars. I know how to make them work for a certain application. Could I take my experience and go to the track and build cars for the track? Yes, but I don't want to. I don't want to be on a track. It's never been my passion to make it to the track under the lights. I don't really care about that. I never have.
I think too, around here, we have a lot of these racing that they like to smash the cars. And I've always seen you as building up the cars. And I think that would just devastate you. Like, why are we destroying this?
Yeah. Don't spend my time working on them, turning wrenches and making them look good and go fast to destroy it. It was a pet peeve of mine that I absolutely hated. If I'm going to build a car and I'm going to put it on a track, it's probably going to be a drag car, to be honest with you. Drag racing's always been a passion of mine. I did follow Street Outlaws when they first started. After the first 3 or 4 seasons, I kind of lost interest in the show because they were putting race cars on the street. No interiors. Cars were stripped down and gutted. They were running full roll cages in them. These were pro mods on the street. After they started doing that, I was out. I really didn't care to watch any. But yeah, I build cars because I enjoy. I want to enjoy them after I'm done building. So building a car that I'm just going to take out and smash next weekend, nah, never been my thing. But to get into that, as I started expanding my knowledge, computers became a big part of this. Because when I was first starting, computer systems were in their infancy. Basically, computer-controlled cars started in the 80s. I mean, we saw early versions in the 70s, but they were very crude and they barely worked right. They became more streamlined and more popular in the 80s. By the 90s, people were learning how to actually mod these cars. They were learning how to put bigger fuel injectors in it. They were learning how to turn up fuel pressure regulators. They were learning how to do basic mod stuff with the current fuel injection system. And when somebody knew how to do that, they could beat a guy running a carburetor all day long, because carburetors constantly needed to be adjusted. You always had to change the jets based on temperature. So if you put a set of jets in it for a 50-degree day, you couldn't run that car if it was 100 degrees. It wouldn't run right. So you had to go in, pull the carburetor, change the jets, adjust the timing. The new computer-controlled systems, you could set the timing to be automatic, and it would always fluctuate based on the temp for you. So the computer would adjust it for you to keep the stoichiometric correct. Stoichiometric, for my chat, what is the rate for stoichiometric? Let's see who knows the correct rate. I want to see who gets this.
And if you happen to be watching and you're not in the chat, we welcome you to join the show. We're having a lot of fun.
Yep. Today is our 5K party celebration. We've reached 5K subscribers here. It's been a long road. I'm glad I'm here. I still got to get to the origin story of the channel. So we're getting there. We're getting close, guys.
Mike, see you later, says no idea, LOL.
14.7 to 1.
Hulk says no idea. So yeah, nobody knew.
Yep, 14.7 to 1 is stoichiometric.
Can't do numbers either. Never mind. Can't do numbers.
Yep. So stoichiometric is 14.7 to 1. That means 14.7 parts of air to 1 part of fuel. That's how the stoichiometric works. If you flip that ratio around, you're going to blow the engine up. So you got to get that right.
Oof. No blowing up.
Yep. And if you run too lean, let's say you're running 11 to 1. 11 to 1 means you're running 11 parts of air to 1 part of fuel. That means you're pulling air out, you're adding fuel in. When you do that, you're overfueling, and that's what we call being rich. If it's the other way around and you're 17 to 1, now you're lean. You have too much air, not enough fuel. Throw up wrenches if you guys learned something there.
I think Hulk did. He says too lean, and then before that he has like poison, death symbols.
Yep. If you go above 14.7 to 1, you're going to blow the engine.
And Mike, see you later, put up a wrench. So
awesome.
Yep.
But yeah, if you guys are running a race car, oftentimes I would run a race car at 13.5. I would overfuel it on purpose, because now the curve, the power curve, you want to keep that power curve building. And there's times that in electronic fuel injection, there might be a dip in that. In order to avoid the dip, you slightly overfuel it, giving it a slight rich setting. You only do that under a race situation. Under street, you try to keep it to 14.7.
2 wrenches up.
Awesome.
So I think that's what we got in our chat.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, guys. So let's get back to the origin story, and let's start getting into the history of this channel and how it all started. After I sold my first business, I still kept turning wrenches. I actually started buying and selling cars. I would flip cars. And what I would do is I would go look for these cars, pick them up, bring them home, fix them. I would actually fix them. A lot of the guys who flip cars don't fix them. They buy them, they look good, they vacuum them, clean them, put them on the lot. Only I didn't have a car lot. So I'd buy them, clean them, fix them, repost them back online. Usually I would buy 3 to 4 that I would have ready during tax season. Those 3 or 4 would be ready to sell at tax season. I would then take half of that money and go buy the next 4 or 5 cars that I would work on throughout the year to get ready for the next tax season. If you do it right, you can make anywhere from 10 to 60 grand based on what you buy.
But this was before the used car thing.
Yeah, Cash for Clunkers scam, and I'm going to call him Mr. O because I don't want to get nuked here on YouTube.
Just want to remind people because, that did cause some stuff. It was easier before then for Randy to make money.
Yep. So the whole Cash for Clunkers thing really kind of messed things up. So we can't flip them like we used to, and there's too many scammers in the game now that we have to actually say, this is what we're going to do. And if we buy a car, we're buying it to fix it either for ourselves or for someone else. I tried to get away from the whole flipping thing now because there was, at that time, shortly after the Cash for Clunkers, too many flippers got into it. They were buying cars and giving other people a bad name, the ones that were fixing them. And I knew people that were doing this, and I knew exactly what they did. They would buy one with a motor blown up. They would buy one with a transmission. They would put those into it and not do any tune-up stuff, turn around and resell it, and then the car would break down. Go ahead, we got a question?
I don't know if this is a joke or serious, but Hulk says, what is the Cash Flunkers?
Cash for Clunkers was you won't know this because you're from a different country. Cash for Clunkers was a scam done by our, at the time, President Mr. O, is all I can say. You can look that up. It was a few administrations back, but this Cash for Clunkers scam was they would give you money to trade in your car that you could use to buy a new car. And what happened was it didn't remove the pieces of crap on the road. It took out a middle section of cars that were good, solid cars that people could rely on for another 10 more years. And those cars went to the scrap yard while people bought into the lie of, I got a new car. And this scam basically made it to where flippers had a hard time even finding cars to begin with. And their theory was environmental BS. But I'm done. I'm not going to say any more with that. Go ahead.
Mike, see you later, says, I remember the Cash for Clunkers decimated the used car market.
It still is having an impact today because it took out the cars that would be available on the bottom end right now. Those cars would be bottom end cars right now. There's a huge gap there now on the bottom end cars that we can't find cars for under 5K that are actually in half of decent shape.
And Hulk has smiley faces and says Mr. O.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A little bit of homework and you'll know exactly who I'm talking about.
There's cause and effect.
Yeah, that guy did way more damage to the automotive industry than what most people do. And there's only so much I can say about him without getting just completely nerfed here on YouTube. So I don't bring him up.
Hulk says, is it like the 15 and 10 years rule in India?
Yes, kind of. I kind of know what you're talking about. So what happens is usually your first 4 to 6 years of ownership could be considered lease terms, where people will lease a car and then turn it back in. Sometimes people will buy directly from the manufacturer, brand new, but those aren't the majority of cars being sold. The majority are usually lease vehicles. So those are leased, and then they get turned back in, and then they're resold. Those resells go back into the market and get sold to the next owner. The next owner will hold on to them probably up until that 8 to 10 when there could be major repairs coming. Suspension, brakes, tune-up stuff. They don't want to deal with it, so they sell it. Then the vehicle goes from its 10 year to 20. Its 10 to 20 is the life of the vehicle. That's where the majority of its work is done. Once it gets fixed and put back on the road, it's ran for that period of time. That period of time puts us near the end of its life.
Hulk says 10 years for diesel and 15 years for petrol. After that, scrap the car. And then after you were finished, says, oh, I got it.
Yeah, no, it's not that. Diesels actually run longer. You can get a diesel 20 to 30 years. But the issue has been the emissions caused the diesel to become obsolete sooner. So if you remove the EGR valve, if you remove the DPF, if you remove the DEF fluid, and you just ran it off of the conventional diesel engine with a good tune to where it's not sooting everything up, that's where their emissions are coming from, because people are seeing the black soot come out, but the black soot is over fuel. It's always over fuel. So, and when I see a diesel truck rolling coal, as they call it, it's because it's rich. The tune is wrong, it's running too much fuel, and it's rich. If they were to tune the truck right, it wouldn't do that, and that truck would last 50 years plus. Those engines run pretty much forever if you remove the emission stuff.
Hulk says, okay, got it. Rolling coal, smiley face.
Yep. Rolling coal is the term for basically a not properly tuned truck.
Hey, wow. So where were we?
Let's see, where were we?
We were talking about the cash for clunkers. So
Yeah.
yeah, used cars. You were selling used cars.
Yep, selling used cars. I was moving those along, and then came the day that, for me, it was a pretty heavy day. I had been praying about a few things, trying to make the right decisions, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. And I had to make a decision on whether or not I was going to open up another automotive business. I knew the cash for clunkers was going away, so that side job was gone. And I wasn't going to keep doing it if I don't have the pool of vehicles to pull from. So that went away. Kicked it around, tried to fight it, decided, you know what, maybe this isn't the right thing to do. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Finally, I said, you know what, I'm going to give back. I really felt compelled to give back the knowledge that I had gotten from the two people that were the most influential in me being in the automotive business altogether. One of them was my dad. Another one was a friend of mine who worked in a body shop. And both of them helped me get to where I am. Because without them starting me down that path, I would have never taken the time to explore it. My dad absolutely hated fuel injection. Hated it with a passion. He was a kid in the 60s, and he was used to carburetors. He loved his carburetors, and I could not convince him otherwise on fuel injection. Looking back at it now, he might have said that was probably the right move for me, because after everything went fuel injection, now I have the knowledge to work on these cars that I was able to gain by myself, just learning the scan tools, learning how to play around with the systems. The best thing I could tell somebody to do is buy a quality scan tool, do live data pulls. With your live data on your own car, look up that information and see how your car is running. See if there is a problem. You could figure out whether or not there's a problem long before that check engine light comes on. The check engine light comes on when there's a big problem. It doesn't come on for minor issues like everyone thinks. When that light comes on, something has already failed. It's no longer in range. But if you know how to read the live data, you can catch it when it slowly starts getting closer to that failure point. A good one to test that on is O2 sensors. O2 sensors will slowly start telling you when they're going to have issues, as long as you know how to read your live data. So I started doing that, just reading live data. Meanwhile, I was starting to work on other people's vehicles. I started fixing brakes and doing tune-ups and fixing suspension issues. I never got into the alignment side of things because I didn't want to spend $100K on an alignment. And I can't really justify it unless I'm doing alignments every single day. So that was kind of the cutoff point of where I was going to put my stuff. Opened up the channel, opened up the business, started rolling, and started doing the content creation.
Hulk says, yeah, that's a good idea. And a question, any suggestions on a good brand for the scanner tool?
Yes, there's actually a couple. Let me grab you the two that I have.
Can one update if you get a newer car or something?
Some of these don't, you can get lifetime updates. So if you get the lifetime update, you're good. If you don't, then you would have to pay for an update on the tool. But the two I'm going to show you have lifetime updates. And the reason that mine do is because, one, it was one of the main selling features. The other one is I bought the top end model. So when buying scan tools, you pay for what you get. If you buy the cheaper model on a scan tool, you will not get lifetime updates. You also will not get all the information and all the stuff that you do need when wanting to do a full system scan. This tool was extremely expensive the time that we bought it. This one ran us $500, pretty close. This is a 3160D. The D stands for the model. So if this one was the top end, this allows me to do live data, clear OBD2 codes, ABS codes, safety restraint codes, and OEM manufacturer stuff.
What was the brand on that one?
This is the Innova, INNOVA. So this one I still keep. I was half tempted when I got this next scanner that I don't need this one anymore, but I'm going to keep it around because if I ever have a scanner issue, I can always pull this one out and I know it works. So once you get a good scanner that you like, keep it. Don't ever get rid of it. Don't pass it down to anyone. Keep it because you never know when you're going to have to pull this one back out and use it.
And Hulk says, thanks. And Mike, see you later, asks bi-directional.
Not the Innova, not that particular model. Now, the newer ones are bi-directional. The ones that do like relearns, throttle body relearns, tire pressure monitor sensor relearns, those will be bi-directional because that's what they consider bi-direction. You can go in and you can modify some of the stuff within the system. It's not a full tune. So it doesn't allow you to tune the computer. If you want to tune, that's a whole nother setup that we are going to probably talk about in the future. Especially dealing with stuff coming up for the GTO, because that will have to be tuned when the motor gets put in.
Fun car.
Yep. So this one, Mike knows because I talked to him about it on the last live. This is the BlockTech 460T. This is a bi-directional.
There's a little bit of shine. If you could just go up to the camera so they can read it and then back down. There you go. Perfect.
So this allows you to do a lot of scans. This allows you to do a lot of resets. This is a much more powerful scanner for less than $300. This will do 10 times what my other scan tool would do. And it's got free lifetime updates. Now, there is a spot where they say pay. You ignore that setting and you don't use it. Somebody complained about it online. Well, this ain't a free one because I got to pay to use a scan because they were going into the wrong setting. But if you go into the right table, this is doesn't cost you anything to scan any car. You don't have to buy credits. You don't have to do any of that. Credits apply when you're doing tuning. So when you do a tune, if you're running HP tuners, you might have to do a scan or you might have to do a tune, but you got to buy the credits to get the protocols for the computer. if you want to tune it. This isn't a tune. It won't let me adjust the parameters. It'll tell me the data, and it'll allow me to do resets on certain things within the system.
Mike asks, it allows you to actuate different components, correct?
Correct. So this allows you to actuate certain components. It allows you to do graph or recording playback on OBD2. I mean, I'm reading it right off the side. Clear codes, engine and transmission codes. Like my other scanner doesn't do transmission codes. I can't do transmission. I can do it with this. So that's why I got this, is because the more work I do for people, I need to know what the bigger problems are. And if I can't fix them, I need to know what they are so I can at least tell my customer, this is what you got. You got a bad transmission. And when it comes down to it, I don't deal with the internals of a transmission because they are very complicated. You have to have a certain set of knowledge that goes with each transmission in order to do that rebuild. There are guys that are specific in their knowledge when it comes to transmissions. That's all they've ever done. It's all they work on. They know exactly what to do with them. That is not a skill set that I got into because I was more into the engine side of things than I was the transmission. Transmissions, I will go to a guy that is specific for transmissions if I'm doing a certain project. Even the GTO with the gears set in it, I will still take it to them because I might want the gears to be set up a certain way. So, but these are your scan tools. And honestly, if you're just starting out, this is not a bad one to get your hands on and start playing. You'll learn a lot in the settings. So I'll set this bad boy up here for now. Okay. All right. So we're still on how it all started. So I decided I was going to go ahead and create the channel, start up a business, go the whole 9 yards. Started out making videos on the cell phone, uploading it on the cell phone. Over time, I got pretty proficient at doing the cell phone thing. I had some success with some of the videos, did pretty good. I was still working on stuff on the side and helping people, but I hadn't pushed it. And I would say even to this point, I really haven't pushed the automotive repair side as much as I could have. That's something that we are working on, so we will go ahead and drop that announcement right now. We are going to work on customer stuff, so it's not just going to be our stuff in the future. We are going to open this up to other customers, so if somebody's in our area that needs automotive repair, we are going to be open to working on their stuff as well.
You won't be filmed though without your consent.
Yeah, and I know the two mods are not in my area, so this is more or less anyone who's watching back on replay that's in our area that happens to see our videos. We are going to be open to public to do oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, suspension repair, and basic general maintenance and diagnostics. Also, probably getting into some minor detailing as well.
Mike asks, are those videos on this channel? The OG videos, that is?
Some of the OGs are. I did have to do a data swipe and clear out some of my old videos that were not performing. Some of the old videos are the Crimson Hemi, which is the half-ton Dodge Ram 1500.
Ones we said goodbye to.
Yep. Basically, all the vehicles we said goodbye to are part of the old school.
The old Kia Soul. Black Cherry.
Yep, the Black Cherry, our old Kia Soul of 2015. Red Sled, which was a Saturn SC1.
The Saturn.
Yep.
Oh, that was old.
Yep. The two-wheel drive tank, which was a two-wheel drive GMC pickup. That one was part of the old school stuff. Trying to think. Things kind of switched after I got rid of the two-wheel drive tank. After that one blew up. We still had some of the more old, like newer style videos might have been like the first series of the newer style would have been the Silver Swine, which was our Toyota Tacoma.
Right.
No longer with us.
Hulk says, yeah, for that I'd have to fly to the US.
Yep, you would. Yep.
Get your car over here, yeah.
And if they're doing that, then it would be a build at that point. Coming over here to have me work on a car, you're probably going to have a build. Because that's a long ways to come.
Oh, Mike asks, how many vehicles have you owned? A guess works because, yeah, you can tell he's owned quite a few. Now, what are we defining as owned? Because, yeah, some of these he bought and sold off.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's narrow this down a little bit, Mike. You want to know every vehicle that's come across my possession or every vehicle that I actually owned and drove?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You sold so many at one point, you got yourself a toolbox, right? Yeah. Mike says you have titled in your name. Well, to sell them, you had to put them in your name. Didn't
Some of
you?
them I had to title into my name.
But I think he means what you actually drove.
But yeah, if we're still going by that metric, I know the number for both, by the way.
Wait, okay. Yay!
All the ones that have come across my possession, it was 378. Wow. The ones titled in my name were 289. So that's the ones that I've had over the years. I've had a lot of vehicles. And that's how I got a lot of my knowledge too, is I didn't just focus on one vehicle. I've had a lot of many different or many similar vehicles. I've had a lot of GMC, Jimmys, Blazers, K5 Blazer, which is the big one, Bronco, old school Bronco. A lot of pickups.
Mike says, wow, I'm at 4. Hulk put emojis with his brain exploding. And also says, and I'm at 3. All Hyundais.
Might have been all of them. I've had Dodge and Ram. I've had Chevy. I've had Ford.
Pontiac,
Toyota, Nissan, Saturn, Oldsmobile.
No, they tended to be more GMs, but
yeah, there were more GM. There was a few Fords that got slid in there, especially the F-250, F-150s. I had several different body styles of those throughout the years. Different makes, different models. Yeah, it hasn't all been the same. Not even close.
that was that the only thing you were going to announce today?
That's not the only thing. We got another one
Just
coming.
wondering.
No, there's another. Guys, there's a big one coming. And we're going to need your help with that.
Hulk says, and ARW?
No, we don't have that many of those around here.
Oh, typo. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hulk.
Yeah. Never had AMGs. AMGs were kind of older motor company.
Mike says 2 Toyota and 2 GM for me.
I'd rather have the GM, as you guys can see. I got the Jimmy, I got this one, and I got the Pontiac. I'm more at home with GM because I understood them because I was able to read the data a lot quicker and easier. So it's kind of where I gravitated to. It doesn't mean that my skills don't translate to other makes and models. They do. Because once you know the knowledge, it's the same across all platforms. Where it was different for me was what was available to me as I was learning. And my family was pretty big into GM. So that was always readily available for me to hook up my scan tool and just sit there and watch the live data. So I learned a lot quicker on the GM stuff, but it doesn't mean that I can't do all the rest. Because the information is now the same. It's standardized across the board. But yeah, gaining that knowledge firsthand by watching the scan tools is the way to do it.
Might be different where the
Plug in
parts
and
are in the car.
yeah, and where you
And
got to
then-
scan,
yeah.
where you got to plug the scanner into. It should be standardized that it should always be by the driver within 3 feet of the driver. There's always supposed to be a port to plug into. So, but the port should always be an OBD2 port. It looks like a weird rectangle with a sloped side to it. That's your port. So, and when you deal with much older vehicles that didn't have standardized computers, you have to have the proper adapter to scan the car. In the US, that port became standardized in 06, 07. So in between 06, 07, it became standardized. Actually, no, I could be wrong on that. It could be 04. Or no, not 04. What am I saying? Showing my age here, I can't think. 94. 1994 and up. They standardized the port, meaning that your port that you scan from has to be that rectangular shaped port. That is your OBD2 port. They had to go with it, and by 96, everyone had to use it. So no one could have their own special port from that point on. Even the import companies had to comply with this in the US if they were going to sell here. So everyone went to the OBD2 port. What this did was it standardized the plug, standardized the wire harness, standardized everything else that went with it. Go ahead.
Hulk says, I guess all the new cars now have the OBD2 port.
Correct. Anything 96 and up are going to have the OBD2 port. As they go on, you have more functions and features when you scan, but they're all wired the same.
Mike says, my first GM was an 89 ODB-1. There was some sort of a jumper hack, if I remember right.
There was. Yep, there was. There was a jumper hack that you could do to bypass the computer and just run it off of a standardized profile that they had loaded into the computer. So you could bypass 90% of the computer functions and it would just run like a normal car. And the problem with that is then people started jumping them. And the reason that they jumped them was because of a check engine light, and they wound up wrecking the engine because they never fixed why the light came on in the first place. So that was the jumper hack. I knew about it. It was popular when I was learning about cars. And I never wanted to do it because I never wanted to wreck them. Toyota also has a jumper too, where you can reflash the computer with a wire. With a simple wire, you can go between ports 4 and 13, and you can do a hard reset on the computer right in the car. And most people didn't know that trick until recently. All right, so yeah, started the channel. I had some success with some videos. Started upgrading my setups. Started doing live streams. Actually, 2 of my best videos were live streams. Actually, one video had 11,000 views. I haven't looked at it in a while. And the other one had 10,000. Go ahead.
Mike asks, on ODB2?
Yeah, it was an OBD2 port. You could do that trick up until, I want to say, 06 or 07 in the Toyotas. You could reflash it that way. I know that I could do it on my 04 Toyota Tacoma. So that body style-ish years, you could reflect the computer with a jumper wire between pin 4 and pin 13. But yeah, some of my best videos that I have on the platform. One of them is reprogramming Dodge key fobs. I have,
Oh yeah.
like, I think I got 175,000 views on that video alone. It might be more than that now.
It's a problem for people, huh?
Yeah, there's quite a bit on that. So I try to do key reprogramming videos when possible. Setting clocks are usually popular twice a year for me here in the US. Because we do daylight savings time, that people search up videos and they come across my stuff there. Yeah, that's how the YouTube stuff started. To bring us to current, we now do live streams and we do short form content. That short form content is usually recorded on phone, and then my live streams are the setup that you guys are seeing now. And my live streams here are ran off of my laptop computer and a webcam. That's how I'm doing this one. So pretty basic setup. There was some learning curve. The software to run this setup is kind of complicated. It takes a little bit to learn how to start, how to get everything to work together. So it is a little complicated how to get it all hooked up. But once we got it, it was just a few clicks and we're live, you know, so pretty happy about that. All right, are you guys ready for the big announcement?
Big reveal.
All right, here it is, guys. We are working on the merch store. As promised, when we hit 5K, we were going to work on building you guys a merch store. In that merch store, you're going to see things like the shirt I'm wearing, the hat. It won't have this back on it though, guys. So the back that we're going to have on our shirts is going to be this one. Nope, wrong shirt. I'm frustrated if I don't have that shirt on.
Once we get the official products in, we will show them on air so you guys see an example. We want to make sure they're working just great for you guys before we send them out.
Yep, we're going to order all of the merch, and it's not only going to be clothing, guys. We are going to be looking at a drink thermos. The one drink thermos that we're looking at is a 24-ounce drink thermos.
I think so.
That's the one we're looking at. So the design is going to look very similar to this. And then the front is going to be this. What you guys are seeing me wear is film clothing. It's so that you guys can see everything and the logo's a lot easier. But we are looking at doing this, the shirt sizes. We wanted to make sure that everyone could fit a shirt size. So we are doing the Gildan shirts, and the sizes are ranging from small all the way up to 5X, so that you guys get a shirt, you know you can wear it. Just make sure you check the sizes once we get the site set up. We are going to link it right here on YouTube. So our merch store will be linked on our YouTube every time we do a video. You guys will be able to go to our store right off of that. Every time I upload a video, there will be a link to the store. Also, we're going to extend that to Facebook, and eventually when we do get to TikTok, we are going to link the store on those as well. So what I need from you guys right now is I need to know, what other items are you guys looking for?
What colors?
And what colors? Right now I do want to kind of keep it to black, red, and white. If I think there's more pull for other colors, please let us know right now down in the comments. We'll see if there's enough demand and we can do that. But we are looking at offering a t-shirt, a hat like this one, and we are looking at the Velcro back so that you can adjust it. And we are looking at sweatshirts, hoodies, and the thermos drink cup, and possibly decals. So that one site will offer all of those that you can get.
And they sell throughout the world.
Yep, and it'll be worldwide shipping, worldwide payment. So whatever payment you have in your country, you should be able to pay by however they set it up.
Thank you, Hulk, that you like the hat. Yep, I'm excited for the hats to ship out.
Yeah, I am too. I'm excited for the hats and the shirts and to start getting some merch out. I do have one more announcement coming up, and this one will be for local people near where I am. But this will be one that I'm saving until the very tail end of today's video.
Yeah, we're excited, Mike, to get you that new hat you want.
Yep, I can't wait to get this merch out there, start building the store and get this stuff out there. We do have stuff that, like merch that we have that's for local people. It's because we use a different supplier locally for that kind of stuff. The stuff that we're going to bring you guys is going to look very similar to what I showed you with the shirt, but that's going to come from a supplier that can handle all of our demand. So we do have a local supplier where if somebody was in our neck of the woods and we were at a show, they could get our actual recording merch, which is slightly different. So there will be that option in the future, but that one is not, we don't have that fully up and rolling. We're working with that supplier.
We want to test everything, make sure it's good.
Right. And when we do this store, guys, we're going to buy one of everything before we even do this. We're going to buy sizes we can wear, and we're just going to buy one of everything so we know what the quality is and how it fits.
Mike asks, what's your neck of the woods? I'm Ohio. Pretty close.
Minnesota. Yep, Minnesota. Yep, we are definitely in the Rust Belt, as you probably know, Mike, because I've had several conversations with you. But yeah, we are definitely in the Minnesota area. But yeah, I guess where are we at as far as time-wise?
Oh, this one has gone 3 hours and 22 minutes. Woohoo!
It's been a long one, guys.
Fun.
Yeah, this has been a good one, guys. I knew the 5K party was going to be a big one because I knew that we really wanted to celebrate this, and I enjoy spending time with you guys and sharing my knowledge, sharing my jobs that I'm doing. You know, this is all part of doing automotive repair, and my whole point of doing this was to give back. And the reason why I wanted to give this knowledge back is it's something that if we don't pass it down, it's going to be lost. And the people that have the knowledge can't be afraid to share it. And that's going to be the big thing moving forward, is the people that have the knowledge need to be willing and not afraid to share it. If I show you guys how to change your brakes, I'm not hurting myself. I'm not. Yes, I do have an automotive business. Yes, I could be making that money. But if I don't show people the dangers of doing some of these things, they might attempt this on their own. And that would be a lot worse. I would rather give somebody the knowledge to do it correctly and safely, or to make that decision, you know what, I don't want to buy a jack. I don't want to buy jack stands. The last thing I want is somebody to see a quick video on YouTube and realize, hey, I could do that. And next thing you know, they drop a car on themselves. So that was my big push to why I was doing this and why it was so important. I know our 5K party is a big deal because it took us a long time to get here. You know, 2019 might seem like yesterday, but it wasn't.
A lot of cars.
A lot of cars have come through this door already. There's a lot more to come. But, you know, we always look forward to the challenges. We look forward to bringing you guys new products, new stuff. And speaking of that, I did promise someone one of the plastics that they could buy that would help them protect their plastics. We were talking about this during the ceramic coating.
Oh, that's right.
And I wanted to save this one because that was a little too close to the other product I was demoing. But this is the other one here, guys. So this is a graphene plastic restore. You guys are going to see me use this on those flares because this provides protection to those flares so that they don't fade out. These factory ones like to fade really bad. So in order to protect that, I will be doing that coating on this. I've used this on the mirrors on Crimson Vortec, and it's kept those mirrors looking new. So for black plastic, this is the route to go. And it applies really easy. There's an applicator, you just put it onto the applicator and just wipe evenly across the black plastic.
Hulk says great.
All right. Check a little bit of our analytics here. I'm going to do this quick before I dip back on screen.
Thank you guys so much for hitting that like button. It helps us. Oh, and Mike says, I work in IT and lead our weekly team meeting. I threw out the question, if not in IT, what would you do? And a bunch of my team responded, automotive. Aw.
Nice.
And Hulk says, I have been using Turtle Wax Trim Restorer.
Yeah, switch to the stuff I showed you because that's a graphene coating. It'll last a lot longer for you.
You still get that on Amazon?
Yes, that is where you get it from, is Amazon.
So we look forward to seeing what options you guys want for merchandise, what colors, and also anything you want to see happen on the channel. Any questions you have?
Yeah, any questions, any projects you guys want, make sure you guys chat that stuff in. You can do that during any of the live streams or even when I post a video. We always like it when people chat in. We read those chats. I usually take the time throughout the day. If I get a chat, I'll read it. Sometimes I reply back to it depending on what it is. Or if somebody needs help, I usually try to help answer their questions. So yeah, it's important for us to grow this year. We really do want to grow. Sooner we can bring that merch store to you guys, we will. My goal is to get the merch store up and going as we're continuing to work on our video quality and trying to bring you guys more content. I brought my producer in for a reason because it really does kind of help the flow of things. You guys are really going to see a difference next week when we're grinding away on this and I can let my producer handle the channel. The reason I stopped is, this is the 5K party. You guys had a lot of questions. You guys had stuff that we wanted to talk about, products and stuff I've demoed and shown you guys. There was a few things there that I haven't shown you guys yet. That wheelie clean, that was today. I hadn't shown that any other time. The plastic restore, I did a video on that a while ago, but it might have been one of those that got kind of mixed in with the shuffle. So I will be doing another one on here when I get the flares in. But yeah, it's really good to kind of see everything grow. And that's why we're doing this. Our video production quality had to go up because we couldn't do it just off a cell phone alone.
Hulk says, yes, the wheel arch restoration live would be cool.
There is a lot I want to do with this stuff. Like I said, I can't grind this rust with my producer in here. I don't want iron oxide in the air, and I will wear a mask when prepping this. But I could bring you guys in once I've prepped it and got some of the stuff done here. I could bring you guys in and I'll show you like how I mask this off, show you when I, go to spray the bed liner in, get that stuff all situated and squared away where it needs to be. And then obviously once it's all dry, we can go ahead and slide the flares on and we're good to go. The nice thing here is bed liner is quicker to dry. So what we can do is after we've done our repair, the urethane is a 30-minute dry time to paint. It says it right on it. 30-minute dry to paint. So once I do the urethane coating on here, and get this all flattened out where I want it, we can then go ahead and spray on the bed liner. Once that's dry, we can slide the flares on. I would like to do more live stuff, but honestly, guys, if I'm trying to go live every Saturday, it isn't going to work. It's going to slow down how much I can do throughout the week, and it's going to slow down other projects I could bring you guys. So unfortunately, lives are stuck to once a month, unless we do a special like we are today. Today is a special, but we will have more specials throughout the year too. So,
some of it could be a short.
yeah, some of them will be shorter too. Like you guys will see a lot of this in the shorts. So the shorter videos will show all of this. I'll break each one down in the shorts, which is why it's really important to be subscribed, because you guys will get that notification when I drop the new videos. And a lot of the shorts will go into depth on how I actually did it. It won't just be you guys are seeing me work on something. And if, like today, I hit a roadblock. I couldn't keep going because I wasn't going to fill the whole garage with iron oxide and not have masks for people to wear.
Mike says, I truly appreciate the live YouTube streams. The ability to ask a pro questions is great, but understand the time constraints.
Yeah, that's what it is it's time constraints. I would love to do a live every Saturday, but there's too much going on. And in order for me to be able to still work on other people's stuff, work on getting projects done, I got to have some time to grind away at this.
And Hulk, too, thank you. He says, yeah, truly appreciate your informative live streams. You're helping people.
Yeah. And maybe that'll be something that my producer and I will talk about tonight. Maybe we'll discuss the possibility of focusing on a little bit of the live streams. And I'll kind of let that one go wherever it may during that conversation.
And Hulk says, and thanks for answering all of the questions.
Yeah, I try to. I honestly, I do this on the videos too, guys. So when I drop a video, if somebody asks a question, I try my best to reply back. It doesn't always happen, and sometimes there are trolls out there. Some people will troll some of my content, so I don't answer those. But I do try to reply back to people when they're asking a serious question.
And for those you two that are in here, since you're mods, do you find that having somebody to ask the questions so you guys, he doesn't have to come over here, see it? Did today run more smoothly is what we're asking.
Yeah.
Kind of change things up if they aren't, but if it is helping. Mike asks, can I ask, is the producer the wife?
I will only answer with the word maybe.
And Hulk says, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so this will probably...
And Mike says, I like this format. Okay.
Okay, so this will probably be how we're going to move forward with the formats from now on. The Saturdays when we do the live stream, it's going to be a very similar setup like this. We'll focus on the content that's safe enough for me to bring to you guys. Obviously, I'm not going to do something where it's a health risk. If I have to wear a mask, I can't have other people in here and trying to run this as a show. Just safety-wise, iron oxide is really bad, guys. You get iron oxide in your lungs, it actually rusts within your lungs. So as soon as I saw the dust when I was hitting this with the grinder, I stopped because I knew what was happening. I'm like, nope, we're stopping. This is not safe. So
Hulk says, yes, understood. And Mike says, yeah, understandable.
cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you'd even have a customer in here.
No, I wouldn't. Nope, there won't even be customers in here. If I got to do work like that, I'm going to do the work, clean up my workspace, and then I'm going to take my mask off and walk right out the door. I'll just let everything settle down to the ground before I'll do anything. And I do that with painting projects as well. So you guys won't see me spray the bed liner on here because I got to wear a mask. I will do a separate video after it's done showing everyone how I did it, but I'm not going to do it while there's people in here because I don't want that aerosol stuff getting into your lungs. So again, it comes down to a safety thing.
What a day.
Yeah, it's been a big day, guys.
3.5 hours. Woo.
3.5 hours.
Went right by.
Yep. Well, it's been a good time. I shared a lot of the origin stories of how the channel started. And I was nervous, guys. I don't think my first video is on YouTube anymore, but I know my second and third video still are. I was so nervous recording. I was not comfortable with it yet. I had a lot to overcome. The knowledge of how to do video editing. I'm actually almost kind of embarrassed of my first videos because my editing was so bad. I just didn't edit the videos and clip everything together properly. I don't have a clipper. I do the editing for my videos. So that's why a lot of my shorts are really short content, because I'm just driving to get the information in, information out, and share that knowledge with you guys. My live streams, I don't do editing anymore because there's nothing really to edit. Now, if somehow there was accidental information in there, I would have to go back in later on and edit, but that's not a big deal.
Mike says, I'm going to check them out. And Hulk says, me too. So yay.
Thank you guys. Yeah, and help us grow and build the channel. You know, my mods, I want my mods to be active. So if my mods are here, they're active. I really do appreciate you guys. You're helping us build. You know, tell people about the stuff. And once we get the store up, make sure you guys get the orders in and start wearing our merch around. You know, that'll help us build this channel. Our goal is to build this to the point that we can maybe look at something bigger down the road. And the more we can diversify this content and help build this, the better experience we can give you guys. The LS Goat is going to be a huge, huge topic, and there's going to be a lot of videos on it, and a lot of people are going to be driving to see that content. But my mods, you guys are solid. I really do appreciate everything you guys do for me. It really does help this channel grow. So again, thank you to everyone who subscribed. Thank you to all my mods. You guys are awesome. You're the reason that I stick around sometimes when the stream is going a little long, if you guys are here and interacting with me, because I really don't want to cut you guys off if we're doing really good topics.
Aw, lots of hearts.
So yeah, that's what we're doing here, guys. And we're going to talk about potentially more live streams. We'll talk about it. I don't know if I can ever do a live stream every week. I just don't think it's in the cards. I think it would take up too much time. And there's certain times I do have to really grind away at what I need to get done. So I don't think I could ever do that. But we'll talk about it. We'll see what we can do. And maybe I could do some of the tougher stuff during the week, but we'll work that out. You know, there might be a possibility that it comes down to where the live streams do need to be every week. But let me and my producer have that conversation, and we can go from there before I commit to anything at this point. All right. Any more questions? Any more concerns? Oh, looks like we got one right there.
Mike says, thanks. Sometimes I feel I overwhelm you with questions.
No, you're fine. You know, anyone who wants to drop a question, this is what I'm here for. I'm here to give back knowledge. I'm here to share what I know. It's, you know, it is a passion of mine. At one time, the saying here was our craft, our passion. It was an old saying, and it doesn't really fit the younger crowd. So I'm trying to hit on something that kind of brings everyone in, and a topic that kind of draws everyone into it. You know, whether you're, 50 years old or whether you're 16. I want to draw the crowds in that show that, hey, we like working on cars. We like building cars. That's what this community is. And that's what I want to build, is a community. I don't want this to just be, something that I'm just going to share this little knowledge on how to do this one particular thing, and then I don't provide anything else of value because I just don't put out any more videos. I never wanted it to come to a stop point where I just don't do them. There's a lot more to this automotive stuff than what people realize.
And Hulk says, great.
Cool. Yeah, if you guys got more, go ahead, chat them in. This is our live stream celebration, so we're here, and we're here for a little while yet. I'll definitely drop the last little bit of announcement when we get closer to the end and we're ready to wrap things up. And that one, like I said, that's more for people that live around us. Put a few more things away, and I guess I could kind of tell you guys what I'm looking at to do for next week's live stream. That way you guys got a little bit of knowledge here. You guys are always here and big supporters, so I should share what I'm going to be planning on doing. So first thing I'm going to do is this week, I'm going to prep all this rust. Oh, got a question.
Mike says mentoring and teaching, much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to know that people are here and actually want the knowledge and are interacting with the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. So thank you. So next week, live stream, I'm going to have this rust all prepped. I am going to put a product on that rust as soon as I get done grinding it. This you can get off of Amazon as well. More product, guys. But this is called Black Star. So Black Star is a rust converter. What this does is it converts whatever rust is left to basically protect the metal. So we're going to convert this rust into basically a primer that will protect the bare metal that we've scuffed. Once I've protected that metal, what we're going to do is work on getting the plate that I cut earlier in the video. We're going to get that fixed over this rust hole on the back side. Now, what that's going to do is provide a base on this outside so that when I go to put the urethane stuff here, buy this at Napa. But once we apply that on here and spread this evenly after the rust has been removed, what that will do is seal this off. Once it's sealed, we can then spray bed liner on it and put our flare back on. What I want to show you guys is the urethane process next week. So I do need to do all this prepping and get everything ready for the urethane process. That's going to be the big video next week, is the urethane. Getting this spread with the spreaders. It's been a long time since I've done this process with these spreaders. So honestly, I'm not sure how that's going to go yet. It could go good. It could be a mess. Unfortunately, urethane is really thick. It doesn't spread very nice. So it's going to get goopy. Also, we're going to mask this off before we do it, just so I don't get anything where I don't want it. Once this stuff hits and it stays, it's really hard to get off. So we're going to want to make sure it's where we want it to be before we walk away from it. Because once the stuff sets up, and it sets up quick, 30 minutes we can paint, meaning it's setting up within 30 minutes. So we're going to need that to be ready to go when we walk away. And if we left any spot, like we left a spot up here and there was no need for that, it's permanently there. It's not coming off. And if it does, you're going to take the paint layer with it. So we're going to want to make sure we're good before we just walk away from this. In order to prep the rust, guys, I'm going to show you this because I'm going to do this off camera. So I'm going to use this. This is a grinding wheel that is a surface scratch. What this does is it'll scuff the rust off. Basically a sanding wheel.
Hulk says so this is more like a primer.
The Black Star is kind of a primer. It's a rust converter that converts it to a layer that won't rust. So that's what that stuff is. But in order to prep it before we do that, we have to do this. I have to get this big flaky stuff off of here. I can't leave these spots with that much flake rust on. Even if I put the converter on it, it'll only convert a certain amount. I won't get everything off. I want this as clean as I can possibly get it. The one other thing I need to do is possibly clean out behind here. How I can do that is I can take my tail light out, I can put air and put compressed air in here and blow this all out. This will get as much of that gravel and stuff out of there. I can also use that air nozzle if I have an open box side like here where it's cut open from the rust. Once I grind this, if this is open far enough, I can stick the air nozzle in here and I can blow that out. But that's how we're going to prep that. I need to do that off camera because I will have to be wearing a mask for that. There is no way I can do that in here and have everyone wearing masks. It won't work for a live stream. So there are times those kind of videos are not going to work. As much as you guys might want to see the hard work going down, can't do that. But the nice thing is you guys are going to come in after this has been prepped, and I will probably convert it as soon as I prep it. Because here's the thing with bare metal, guys. Bare metal rusts even if you don't touch it. And touching it will also create rust. The reason why is that bare metal absorbs the oil and moisture out of your skin. That will cause it to rust. So where I scuffed here earlier, this is going to rust again before I get the converter on it, because I'm going to have to come back, grind this, clean this, and convert it all in the same day. If you let this sit for over 24 hours, you start getting rust on it right away. But yeah, that's why this process has to be done this way. One thing you guys might notice is I've got different stickers up here. If you guys want to know what happened here, throw me some wrenches. Waiting on the word from my producer if you guys threw the wrenches or not.
Nothing yet.
Video might be lagging a little bit. Yeah, I did something different up there with.
One wrench from Hulk.
Yeah.
And Mike says the light reflection is killing the shot. Yeah. Where your sticker is.
Okay.
Or
So-
sorry, is it a
Yeah.
vinyl? Is there
Yeah,
a specific?
no,
Am I
it
saying it
doesn't-
wrong?
it doesn't
Okay.
matter. So on these trucks, they normally have a Z71 sticker down here. You can kind of see a rust outline if you guys were close enough. I can bring you in, show you. Show the sticker then too. Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. There is a dust line right here.
It is hard to see, but yeah. It's hard with the different
Yeah.
colors. Yeah.
Well, and where the Z71 is, it's literally body paint. So you're only seeing the dust outline. Factory Z71 stickers are here. When you put the flares on, it covers part of the Z71. I absolutely hated that because what that looks like is somebody didn't care and they slapped the flares on, so part of the sticker's cut off. It looks lazy and it doesn't look right. It really does look wrong. And I've seen this on so many Z71s.
Mike says, okay, I see what you mean.
Yep. So I took this stock Z71 off. This Z71 is actually from the newer body style, the 2014 and up. So I put this one on because the location of where I wanted this sticker to be, this sticker was too big to go up here.
Hulk says that's a blunder.
Yep. But yeah, this was the much cleaner style for Z71 because it took from here, moved it up here. Now these trucks have a big bulge here for where they did the axle to kind of give it more coverage. This is a body style line. This body style line, you don't really want stickers breaking this body line when you put your flare on, because what it does is pulls your eye towards what doesn't fit right. Once you put that flare on here, it doesn't fit right because your eye is pulled to what's wrong. So removing that sticker and putting the newer style up in the corner is a cleaner look and still gives you that factory appearance. The only people that are going to know that this has been modified is the people that know this Z71 sticker. If you don't know where this sticker's from, you're not going to know that this is different.
Mike says, yep, I've seen the Z71 logo down lower and see them up higher now. Never thought about it before.
Yep. And honestly, the newer trucks, they moved them up here for the flares. They fixed it, but it's the same all the way from 07 to 2013. That whole body style year, the sticker always stayed down here. Well, that sticker got in the way of the flares. So that's why mine are moved up here and why I used the newer sticker, because I wanted it to have a cleaner look. I still liked having the Z71 sticker on there, but I needed that cleaner look. If you guys like that, throw a 1 in the chat. You guys like that cleaner look?
You have to do the other side as well?
Tire?
Like, yeah, but the other.
Oh, I already put the tire on.
No, what you have to buff out, do you have to do it on the other?
I gotta do it on both sides. Yeah. Okay. The rust is on both sides, guys. Driver side and passenger. On the driver's side, the rust is really bad up in this area, and I don't have a big hole in the back here. The reason this big hole happened here is something got wedged in here, and the moisture sat in here and rotted the metal out on the back side. That's why I use the heavy plate, because what I'm going to do is smear the urethane onto that plate, and I'm going to slide it into the back so that it stays there. Then I'm going to cover that plate with the urethane to seal all of it inside. That way, that rust spot has a plate for support, because when I put my flares on, my clips.
Mike gave a 1.
So I have these clips. There's this one here.
It's dissolving into the black on your shirt, so
Oh, okay.
it's a little bit better, but there you go, a little closer. There you go.
So this one clip here holds the flare on. And these clip in on the side here. On the top, up underneath the lip, these are the clips that we're using.
Oh,
And these slide over because there's a hole underneath here. So these get slid in, and then the bolts go through the flare, through the quarter panel, into the clip. And the clip holds it tight. And that's how this factory flare fits. Hopefully the fit is better than what the fronts are. The front, I have to fix a few things. Passenger side, the bottom is sticking out. So I have to take everything loose on the bottom, push it in and re-drill the holes into the plastic so that I can reset the bolts to bring that panel back in. On the driver's side front, it's coming out on the upper corner. So I have to push the panel in, drill a hole, and put a pop clip, plastic pop clip in. And that'll pull that back into place where it needs to be.
Mike says, by the way, my neighbor just called to see if I wanted the 2011 Silverado VW, maybe, with 45,000 miles for $9,900. I said, yes. I'm going to test drive it Monday. What should I listen for? Oh, V6, sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. So we did talk about that during the last live stream, which was back in January. We were talking a little bit about what to look for and what you need to be concerned with. Let's do a little quick recap. Number one, look for any oil leaks. Look for any coolant leaks. Listen for any lifter tick noise. That could be internal within the engine. As you're driving it, make sure that it cycles through all the gears in the transmission. Once you verify that the mechanics are working good, then it comes down to cosmetics. Check for rust. Usual rust spots are going to be rocker panels, wheel wells, and frame. Check that frame, because if the frame has big, flaky, scaly rust, it means they drove it a lot in the wintertime and they didn't do proper washing. If you live in a climate that has a lot of salt, make sure you do regular washes, because what that does is it regularly breaks that stuff off. Plus, it's nice to be in a heated garage because you can let the vehicle dry. Moisture is the worst thing on any bare metal surface because it'll pull the oxygen out of the water, creating more rust very quickly. So getting water off of the frame is a good thing. Getting it dried off is a good thing. We've got almost no rust on our 2020 Kia Soul because it's garage kept. Our GMC Jimmy sits outside more, so that's probably going to have some rust eventually. And I do know I got to touch that one up coming up soon too.
Mike says, ugh, YouTube commercial interrupts.
I forgot to turn that off.
Yeah, it's a problem during the live because
Yeah.
you just had your question answered. But yeah, so you will be able to go back and listen. But yes, we will try to work that out in the future.
Yeah, we'll try to remember to shut that off. I'll give you a quick recap just so that you didn't lose too much. Check for any leaks. That's going to be your big thing. When you test drive it, make sure you drive the vehicle out and then it goes through all the gears, and then check for the rust. So if you want specifics, though, go back and listen to that video. I gave you specifics. Do that later on. Keep watching now, though, because it really does help the engagement if you don't back up too much. I'll work on, with my producer, we'll work on making sure that commercials are turned off during the main live stream. What we're going to do is switch it to where the commercials will appear after the live stream ends. But I do have to promote it as ads when I put the video up. So it's behind the scenes thing that's confusing.
Very complicated.
Yeah, we'll work that out. Don't worry. But yeah, that's really good news that he was going to sell you that truck, because I know we talked quite a bit about that last live stream. Just things to watch out for. Maintenance, things that you're going to come across. I mean, there's going to be maintenance you'll need to do to it, just based on the age of it, if I remember right.
2011.
2011. So yeah, you definitely are. Plugs, wires, coils, throttle body cleaning.
Ohio, so still rust.
Yeah, you're going to have rust issues. You make sure you check it up and down for rust. I know it's lower miles, but if it was an older person who never washed it, you could have some rust issues. So check cab corners, floor panels, rocker panels, and wheel wells. Otherwise, yours is going to look like this. This truck has 128,000 miles on it.
Mike says it is garage kept.
That helps. That really does help. So, you said it was the work model, didn't you?
Heated garage. Ooh, even better.
Yeah, heated garage is even better because it gets that salt doesn't stay on there. It actually drip dries. But yeah, I thought you said that one was the work model. Didn't have any power options in it or anything.
Yes, work truck, which I want for the longer bed.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. I'm working on putting my hose away. Yeah, that should be a really good truck that'll last you I know we talked in extensive detail about that last time. But yeah, that should be a good truck for you as long as, check everything over. I believe it was a 2-wheel drive, you said too. So you won't have like the 4-wheel drive components to check. Because yeah, if you have 4-wheel drive components, you'd want to make sure your CV shafts are in good shape. Make sure that nothing's really been tampered with or messed with there. But on a 2-wheel drive, the only thing that could be an issue would be wheel bearings and brakes, which is
Lovely wheel bearings.
got more than my fair share of wheel bearing stories.
We have learned where not to buy them, right?
Mm-hmm. Do not buy wheel bearings on eBay or Amazon, guys.
Mike says, yep, 2-wheel drive. I'm looking forward to driving it.
Yep. It should be a good truck.
We're very happy for you.
Yep. All right. Any more questions? Otherwise, I'm going to give our final announcement, and I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this bad boy up.
Mike asks, any idea if it's a drum on the rear?
Should be. The work models usually had drums. This truck has drums. Just don't have disc on the rear on this truck.
That's 4-wheel, right?
But this is 4-wheel drive. But yeah. Usually they only did the 4-wheel disc brakes on the higher models, the LTZs and the high countries. Those had rear disc. But the LT and lower were usually drum. Yeah, if that's all the questions we got, I'm going to go ahead right now and I'm going to announce that we are planning on doing some shows this year. Did we get one?
Mike says, never worked / replaced drums, new learn. And Hulk says, one last question. Is it a good idea to get the underbody coated?
Yes. Getting an undercarriage coating, I do have some videos coming up on that with this truck. It's a ways out, guys. I got like a backlog of 30-some videos and I do 3 a week. So just know you're going to see videos on this into the summertime. So there's enough there. But yes, undercoating is a good thing. It does help protect underneath. I have recommended that if the truck that Mike is looking at buying does not have an undercoating or any kind of frame protection on it, that he should do that. So that is definitely recommended. What did Mike say?
He just said, Hulk, great question. So, yep.
Yep. Yeah,
That was very
definitely.
quick.
Definitely get that frame coated, get some protection underneath it, even on a car. It doesn't hurt to lift it up and get that undercarriage, put some kind of protection underneath it. And the reason I like using a light coat of the bed liner is it helps seals that off so that the rust can't attach to the bare metal. If you do a heavy coating, you have to be careful where the bolts are, because if you coat it too much, you won't be able to put the sockets on it, take the bolts back apart. Plus, all the bolts will have a layer of undercoating on it as you're trying to take it off that it's going to be hard to remove. Now, there is a trick to removing undercoating, whether it be the urethane or the bed liner. The trick is to use gasoline. Use gasoline and clean off the bolts. It's a pain, it doesn't smell good, and it is time consuming, but it can be done.
So what I hear you say is do it right the first time.
Do it right the first time and avoid the bolts. That's the right way to do it. Don't spray directly on the bolt and build up a big coating. And if it's rubberized urethane, that's a little easier and you can do it without getting super carried away. The gasoline trick works really quickly. The bed liner, it takes a bit. So that's you can get it off with gasoline, but it is time consuming if it's a bed liner spray. The bed liner is a durable coating, meaning if you hit something underneath the frame, it's not going to do damage. It'll just scrape along the bed liner and it won't damage the frame.
Hulk says, okay, great, thanks.
Yep, no problem, guys. But our big announcement is that we are planning on doing some shows and some parades in the local area just to kind of help promote our automotive repair. And yeah, if we get to an area that we can actually do some filming. I might be doing some live streams at some of the shows. So we'll just see how that process goes. Some of it depends on a good internet connection too. So,
It's true.
but either way, we might be doing some videos at the shows either way. That is something to look forward to for all of our local people that might have checked out this stream later on. Guys, this has been an awesome, awesome show. We want to thank you guys for all your support. We couldn't have done this without you. You guys really have helped make this channel what it is. And we are working constantly behind the scenes to bring you guys better content, bring you guys a merch store, and bring much more to the table. There's going to be more videos, more content, and a lot of stuff coming up. This year is a big year with LS Goat. This is a big year for Big Red, and it's going to be a pretty confusing year on what we're doing with Champagne Bubbles and possibly Crimson Vortex. So those two are kind of up in the air on what's really going to happen. But guys, I want to say thank you for all your support. This has been an awesome, awesome celebration. And we are so thankful to have you guys as part of the team here at Bad Wrench Automotive. And we'll see you on the next one. Oh, apparently we got some stuff going on.
No, I hit that. No, that's right. Oh, we hit this. Okay.